Mourners are still lining up to pay their respects to Justice Ginsburg. She'll lie in state in the U.S. Capitol tomorrow. She will be the first Jewish American and the first female to lie in state in the U.S. Capitol. Quite a historic moment. And we'll have live coverage on Saturday here from NewsNOW from Fox for the looming SCOTUS nomination from President Trump on Saturday. All right, and those are live pictures again at the U.S. Supreme Court. We want to take you back, though, to continuing coverage of the social unrest going on around the country amid the decision yesterday handed down in Louisville, Kentucky, in the indictment in the Breonna Taylor case. We're going to be seeing live pictures in New York City to the left of your screen. Black Lives Matter protesters there demonstrating in the streets, and another event happening in Kenosha, Wisconsin, live right now, talking about the Jacob Blake case, also the Breonna Taylor case as well.
And by the way, your neighbor's not just the person that lives next to you, it is everybody. And I could not reconcile these two things. And year after year after year, we see the same outcome. Our black neighbors being brutalized, killed by police officers. Our neighbors, and we don't see indictments, charges. It goes on and on and on. But as a pastor, I can't just end it there. I have to believe in hope. I have to believe that when we come together, God will go with us and God will lead us to justice. And we've seen this throughout the history of the church, whether it be Frederick Douglass speaking in churches in New England, whether it be Jesse Jackson and Dr. King speaking in churches throughout the South. When people gather together to walk, to march, to demand justice, we see change. Now look, we had a tough week in Kenosha. I am getting really nervous about what our DA is doing. And so now is not the time for us to quit. Just because we had a powerful night tonight isn't the time for us to put our shoes away. Because we need to get justice for little Jake. And so we need to come together. We cannot be divided. We need to have faith. We need to have hope. And we will get justice. And as it's been shared, the whole country is watching us in Kenosha, and this can make a big difference. So in 30 years, my kids, or in 60 years, my grandkids are not marching to end police brutality. Amen.
I guess I'm up. I'm Gregory Bennett Jr., right? I'm the founder of Peace in the Streets, co-founder of Peace in the Streets, AERF, and the CEO. Understand that since I came back from the military from Iraq, that we opened up 3 community centers here in Kenosha. Don't clap, because 2 years later, they took those jobs and put somebody into the city hall office and actually created office jobs, but closed them centers down. Where were you? When the kids when they took the basketball hoops down at Lincoln and they locked the kids up because they didn't pick up somebody else's trash. Where were you? Transparency without accountability equals chaos. We want that officer fired immediately. So what I want you to do is I want you to start owning your history. You have to change the narrative. The reason you don't know and black lives don't matter to them because you're not black. Black is a color. You are African American. You are an African living in America, and yet you still don't think that African lives matter. How do your brothers and sisters from Africa could come over here and help you if you would actually just embrace who you truly are? You have to know your history in order to know your future. You have to. So I'm asking you to read, teach, learn. Medgar Evers. My uncle was with Medgar Evers. They take the men out the home, and then the mothers are left alone to fight our fights because we're Father Time, right? That's Mother Earth. So them queens are left alone because the most underappreciated person in the world is an African American woman. The most undervalued person in the world is an African American man. And you don't value them until they're gone. We have to unite. When we say unity, we mean umoja, unity and togetherness. Because we can have unity when we all come as one, but we can't go against each other. We must reach it one, teach one. You understand me? So we all need to understand that the police have a thing called qualified immunity. You have to take qualified immunity out the way and try them like they was a soldier. The rules of engagement state that you cannot do certain things. The Geneva Convention state that you cannot do certain things. If you're going to hold your soldiers accountable, you must hold the street soldiers, in which you call law and order, the people that's supposed to protect and serve, accountable. Because transparency without accountability equals what? Chaos. So we must be transparent and hold them accountable at all times. And in closing, love each other. This is okay to heal. It's okay to vent. But you make sure that you go register to vote and your voice counts. Thank you. Now, last but not least, is Justin Blake, and afterwards, if media, we want to thank y'all for coming, and if you have questions, you can address your questions to who you need them with, and then we'll answer them. Justin Blake.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for being out this evening. Things are really change you can feel is truly in the air when you're invited as a Muslim into a Lutheran church. Change is in the air. Change is going on all day long. When you see the white brothers and sisters sitting up here next to the brothers and sisters, there's change in the air. When you have different organizations in Kenosha that haven't ever worked together but trying to do the same thing, change is in the air. The injustice that happened to our nephew being shot in the back 7 times was really a micronism of what's going on around this country and around this world. I don't care what continent you go to, or what state you're in, you will find brown and African descendants on the bottom of the totem pole. We can no longer allow anybody to declare or control our destiny. We have to stand up around red, black, and green unity, one Africa, and know the gift that we have inside self. If we love and respect each other, everybody will have to. If we stop hurting and killing each other, everybody will have to. Yeah, there's 2 separate issues. Black on black crime because black people live around, African Americans live around each other, so-called blacks. Caucasians killing Caucasians, why? Because they live around each other. So let's not use that as a sidebar. As Blake families, we're not going to accept innuendos, gaslighting, or outright lies. This is 2020. We're a more mature country. We've been through a lot. And we have phones which provide a lot of facts right here in your hand. So you're not going to take us astray. We need black, we need streets in Kenosha, we need all these different organizations throughout the state, throughout the country, Chicago, Evanston, we got a lot of love coming out of there, to work in unison. It's now time to kill the Matrix. Anybody watch the movie Matrix? Okay, the Matrix are over, family. Nobody's gonna tell us that we're no good, that we're not worthy, because we are. Our people built this country, and we're yet to reap the benefits. And if little Jake can stand in the gap for change, then that's what our family's gonna stand on, change. We're not gonna lead you down the road of destruction. We're not asking you to tear up nothing, but we mean in the bottom, the core of our heart, when you wake up and face the east, that we mean we need justice and we need it now. Our nephew didn't deserve what happened to him, and you can't even come out of your mouth and say you know anybody that would have been deserving of that treatment. So now it's time to make change, and what does change look like? Change looks like if you're going to defund some of these police stations, take some of that money and put it directly into the African-American community, directly into our schools, number one. Because if we're educating, we truly know who we are and where we come from, we wouldn't dislike, hate, and hurt each other. Number two, take some of that money and give them, we don't need job training, we need jobs. So we need to get it up to my big uncle. Give Jesse Jackson one more hand of applause for coming in tonight to support the Blake family. So what he was saying was, if you look at your police officers, if you look at your firemen, if you look at your teachers, the money that these people are operating on is tax money. Anybody in here don't pay taxes, raise your hand. Yeah, I didn't see no hands go up, which means you're a taxpayer. So you being a taxpayer means I need you to vote for the dog catcher. You understand? You need to vote all the way down to the dog catcher. We need to be involved in every competition. We need to be smart. We need to use statistics. We need to strategize. Who do we need to put in each seat? It's not hard, family. I know it looked like this, but I got a political science degree. Each one of those people wanted less 17, 15, and 9%. That's door knocking. You can get those votes by door knocking. So those people at home should be really damn scared and intimidated, because we're not asleep no more. It's 2020, and we want justice, we want equity, we want to talk about reparations, and we want it now. So anybody that touches that White House has a hell of a stick to pick up, because we're not just going to be satisfied. We want it, and we want it now. So we're going to invite y'all to march with the Blake family. We haven't set the date yet, Bishop, but we're going to challenge y'all to come back to Kenosha and march to Milwaukee with us on some voting day. We're going to get the nation on board and the world on board. Change is here now. You have the right given by God to live on this land, to accept the liberties that this country has and the freedoms that it has. And if we're not getting it, we'll shut it down. If we're not getting it, if we're not getting it, if we're not getting it, we love y'all. We're ready. We're ready. We're ready for change. You don't get change sitting down. You don't get change on a couch. You don't get change in a bar. You don't get change walking around the corner. You get change by standing up. Join your community. Get live. Get in the streets, because change is here. We need to get our new leaders on board and get everybody moving in one direction. So please let us know. The Blake family, Bishop, and Reverend Jackson are going to put a date together, and we're going to march from Kenosha, where all this love is coming from, and let the world know what's no longer acceptable. Big ups to the red, the black, and the green. Justice for little Jake. Let's get an indictment, convict him, and put him away. Love y'all. Peace.
All right, I want to remind y'all, Justice for Jacob Seize the Day 24-hour rally will be Sunday from September 27th, noon, until Monday, September 28th, noon. It'll be a 24-hour peaceful demonstration. All right? And the Urban League has a voter registration thing happening Saturday. Block party, 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. So now, We're going to let Reverend Jackson say one thing before he leaves.
It's a different type of experience. Those who don't really get to come up here and take that right, I got 24 hours live. And I want community members to come talk. Come tell them what you feel.
Right.
Tell them what you've been through at Kenosha, and let the world know. This is our time.
All right, and now you're seeing President Trump disembark Air Force One to momentarily start his campaign rally in Jacksonville, Florida.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Oh, hello, Jacksonville. We love Jacksonville. I love Jacksonville. I'm thrilled to be back in my home state of Florida with thousands of loyal, hardworking American patriots. This is some crowd. I just wish the cameras would show the crowd. They don't want to do that. They don't like to do that, you know? It's harder for us to win because we have fake news back there, but somehow we just keep on doing it. Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy? This is you know, it's interesting. When Biden comes to Florida, he'll have like 12, 13 people. You know, they do the circles. And he has a hard time filling up the circles. Here we probably have 30,000 people or something. That's a lot of people. Well, I want to thank you. 40 days from now, we're going to win Florida. We're going to win 4 more years in the White House. And this is the most important election in the history of our country. I believe that. It is because we're dealing with people that are crazy. They're going to raise your taxes. They're going to take away your Second Amendment. You know that. Your Second Amendment's not going anywhere with me, I can tell you that. The Democrat Party has been completely taken over by socialists, Marxists, and far-left extremists. They embrace the policies of communist Cuba, socialist Venezuela. They want to end the American dream for Hispanic Americans. We love Hispanic Americans. Wow. Did you see they released a poll today? They said Trump's doing really well with what's going on with the Hispanic. It took you so long to figure out that I love you. How long did it take? No more of that stuff. No, the Hispanic Americans are great. And you know, they released a poll today. and nobody's ever seen anything like it. The Republicans are beating the Democrats with Hispanic Americans. Think of that. No, we're doing great. We're doing great. And they never like to show those polls. Whenever you see they don't show too many polls, that's only because we're winning. We're winning by a lot. We think we're winning by, like, a lot. But the only poll that counts is on November 3rd, right? That's the only poll that counts, right? So get out there. Don't let them bluff you, whatever it is. Get out there and vote. The Republican Party is the party of jobs, safety, and freedom, and we will ensure that America never becomes a socialist or communist country. I've added that recently. I said socialist country. I said now a socialist or communist country, because these people are crazy. Kamala. You know, Kamala is further left than Bernie. I didn't know that. She is the furthest left in the U.S. Senate. She was up at 15% when she started. You know that, right, that story? She went down to 14, then she went to 12, then she went to 11. She went to 9 and 8, 6, 4, 2, 1. And then she left before Iowa, the great state of Iowa, where I made ethanol possible for them, ethanol. And I gave our farmers $28 billion. Thank you very much, China. We took it out of China because they were targeting Iowa, Nebraska, a lot of our great states, Wisconsin. We gave our farmers a lot of money. Some came down to farmers down in Florida. They don't know that. We got a lot of farmers in Florida. But here's the choice facing every Florida voter. Joe Biden will deliver a crippling shutdown. He's actually thinking about, can you imagine? No, we did that, and we saved millions of lives. That's it. We're doing good now. And by the way, your governor's done a great job. Florida is down low now in the China virus. It's China virus. Some people call it coronavirus. That sounds like a beautiful place in Italy, right? No, it didn't come from Italy. It came from China. But this guy's talking, he'll shut it down. If a scientist says shut it down, he'll shut it down. No, we're not shutting anything down. We are doing so well. You look at our numbers. Wait till you see the third quarter. I shouldn't say it because back there. But wait till you see how good the third quarter is going to be. And it comes out just before the election. So I'm taking a risk when I say it. You won't believe the numbers you say. I tell you, you're going to see numbers. Nobody's going to believe those numbers. We're hearing from 25 to a 35% GDP. Nobody's ever heard of that before. Well, Iran has a 25% GDP too, but it's a negative GDP of 25. They just announced negative 25. They don't like me too much. Be careful. Be careful. I'm delivering a safe vaccine, and we're doing a record recovery. This recovery is a record. They've never seen anything like it. And next year is going to be, I think, the best economic year in the history of our country. Unless a very sleepy guy got in and he decided to quadruple everybody's taxes, then you can forget it. He's a sleepy guy. Did you see he did a lid this morning? Again, lid. You know what a lid is? A lid is when you put out word you're not going to be campaigning today. So he does a lid all the time. I'm working my ass off. I'm in Texas. I'm in Ohio. I'm in North Carolina, South Carolina. I'm in Michigan. I'm all over the place. Wisconsin. Thank you. But he puts a lid on. So a lid, I didn't know what the hell a lid was. I've only been doing this for 3.5 years, right? So, but a lid is, you know, you're not going to go out today. You're going to stay in your apartment, or let's put it this way, in his basement. So early in the morning, he's put a lid on. That means nothing for today. I guess they do that for the press. The fake news goes home and they say how great he is as a candidate. They go home and they say he's a great candidate. But he put another lid on. There's many lids. So he did a lid today, early in the morning, that he won't be working today. And I don't know. I'm working so hard. Maybe he's right. Think of it. Supposing he never campaigns and he wins, do you know how badly I'm going to feel? I'm working hard. And you got to work hard. And you know what? I said it today. We cannot have a low energy individual as our president. We can't. And he's the lowest energy individual I've ever seen. So we'll see what happens, but he's lighting up. Maybe he's going to be great at the debate. You know, he's been doing it for 47 years. Somebody said, oh, he won't do well at the debate. I said, I think you're wrong. He'll do fine. He's going to do fine. They'll give him a big shot or something, and he'll go out there. He'll have a lot of energy. He'll have energy. He'll be like Superman for about 15 minutes. Biden's plan will crush Florida. My plan will crush the virus, and we're doing it. We're rounding the turn. We're rounding the turn. Under my leadership, prosperity will surge. Normal life. Oh, I love normal life. We want to get back to normal life. We'll fully resume. The Florida tourism and hospitality industries will reach record highs. That's what's going to happen. You see it. And next year will be one of the greatest years. We are going to have, I'm telling you, mark it down. And if I'm wrong, you'll say I was wrong. I'll say sorry about that. But we're going to have a great year. We're going to have a great everything. Our country is doing great. Our military has never been stronger. We've taken out so many bad ones, and hopefully it's so strong that we'll never have to use it. You understand that? You want to make it so strong. We've never had weapons like this. No country in the world ever possessed the power, the weaponry. What we have is so incredible. Nobody's ever possessed it before. Not Russia, not China, not anybody. We're the envy of the world. Hope to God we never have to use them. That's all I can tell you. This election is about jobs. And by the way, speaking of jobs, it's all made in the USA, everything we have. And this election is also about law and order. You know, they said, oh, don't say law and order. That's too tough a term. They say, sir, say law and order very lightly, and then say, and safety and liberty and this. And I said, no, it's about law and order. We have to have law and order, right? And these Democrat-run states are a disaster. They're a disaster. You look at what's happening all over the country, and many of them. Look at Portland. How bad is that? I mean, how bad is that? And I will say, last night in Kentucky, I spoke to the governor. He's a Democrat. We had a great talk, and he pulled out his National Guard, and he's doing it good, and I give him credit. But mostly they don't want to do that. I say, let us send the National Guard. I did it in, you remember? Minnesota. We're going to win Minnesota. So I did it in Minneapolis, Minnesota. They were having a hard time. And it took a little longer than we wanted, but we got the okay to get in. We solved that problem in about 25 minutes, I think it took. They formed the line. That was the hard part. The easy part was just walking straight ahead. They never flinched. They were not socially distanced. They were right next to each other. They had $250,000 a piece uniforms. They had more stuff on their head. I'm trying to figure out what is it. They had computers. They had infrared goggles. They had everything. And they walked forward with their canisters of tear gas and pepper spray. And it was, remember the CNN reporter? He went down. He got hit on the knee with a can of what? Yeah, that's right. He got hit. He said, I'm down. He was down. It's too bad. I felt badly for him, though. He went down. Ali Velci. Remember, he was standing, and he was saying, this is a friendly protest. It's wonderful to see the lovely people that are here. You know, he's ducking. And behind him, the entire city was burning down. Do you remember that? The entire city. Why are they doing that? What's the purpose of it? I don't get it. But no, he got hit on the knee with a canister of tear gas. They say it hurts. It hurts, you know. And that's only going 52 miles an hour. A bullet goes about 2,000 miles an hour. But they say it hurts. But they cleaned out that city. In a half an hour, they had no problem. Minneapolis, that's one of the reasons I'm going to win. Another reason would be Ilhan Omar. That's a reason. Omar. We're going to win because of Omar. That's a beauty. That's really, she's great. She's great. She loves our country very much. She has total disrespect for our country. And I think she has hatred for our country. But I would say Omar is a big reason that we're going to win. They're not too fond of her in Minnesota. I'll always fight for the right of all citizens to live in security and peace, so we have law and order. Joe Biden is weak as hell. He surrendered his party to flag burners, rioters, and anti-police radicals. The Democrat Party's war on police, you know, a lot of people say cops. I never liked the word, you know, my father, sit down, please. Come on, we'll be here for a while. What the hell? You'll stay. We have nothing else to do. I have nothing else to do except run a country. And the hardest part about running the country is dealing with crazy Democrats. You know, we're working on stimulus for people because it's not their fault. It was China's fault. And we can't get Nancy Pelosi to approve it. She wants to wait till after the election. I said, people want their money now. It's not going to have any impact from that standpoint. People want their money now. The Democrat Party's war on cops is putting the lives of innocent police officers in danger. But my father had great respect, always had great respect for law enforcement, for the police. And one time I said, Dad, the cops are out there. Look at that. They look great. And he says, never use the word cops. It's police. That's the kind of respect he had. He thought, I don't want to, you know, right? Look, I have a couple of pretty rough-looking guys. No, it's true. So I always find it a little hard. You know, I just left an impression. It's police. He thought it was slang. And I don't think they mind. I don't think, how many? We got a lot of them here. Does anybody mind the term cops? And who's here that's a policeman or woman? Policeman. Do they mind? A lot of them. A lot of them. Do they mind that term, cops? No. They just want respect, and they just want to be allowed to do their job properly, as nobody can do it. Do you agree with that? That's what I say. All right, now start calling them cops. He said, we don't mind, just respect us and let us do our job. Earlier this month, 2 sheriff's deputies were ambushed at close range in Los Angeles, California. I called them both, and they're okay, but they were hit. They were hit bad. Last night, as you know, 2 police officers were shot in Louisville, Kentucky. Every year, dozens of courageous police officers lay down their lives for people that they never met, people that they don't know, people they never saw in most cases, right? They lay down their lives for people they never met. They're incredible. Law enforcement, let's give them a hand, please. Thank you very much. That's good. I tell them all the time, you know, we have endorsements from all of them, but I tell them all the time, you have no idea how much you love. You know, they don't hear it because they watch the fake news at night, and you don't get the true story. That's a lot of guys. That's a lot of people back there. That's a lot of fakers back there. Look at all those red lights. The red light means you're on live, you know. The problem with being on live, you make a little bit of a mistake, and they say, this was a horrible evening. Thank you. That's enough. That's enough of that. Nah, it's very dishonest. It's a shame. It really does hurt our country. It's so fake. They don't show the protesters. They don't show it. You know, when you think that, like, cities are burning down and storefronts are being exploded, people are being killed, they would have you believe there's nothing happening. It's the most incredible thing. I don't even understand why. No matter where your philosophy is, no matter where you stand, why wouldn't you want to show the facts, show what's happening? And then we fix it. The Republican cities don't have trouble. The Republican states, they don't have trouble. You go to different states, they don't know. They find it, you know, some of these governors, friends of mine, and I have friends on both sides, but Republican governors, red states, they look like, how is a thing like this possible? Because they have law and order. They have law and order for this. I mean, that's what it is. For the entire summer, Joe Biden was silent as his far-left supporters assaulted police officers, harassed innocent Americans, and set fire to buildings. They were rioters, they were looters, they were anarchists. He called them peaceful protesters. He said they're peaceful protesters. Joe, they're not peaceful. Now, maybe he may believe it. I mean, honestly, they may say they're peaceful. Okay, I'll say they're peaceful. I think he believes it. I actually do. It's the other ones that you have to worry about because they call the shots, not him. He's called for the ridiculous cutting of police funding, abolishing cash bail, if you can believe that, and the closing of our prisons. They want to close our prisons. That's a good idea. He even described law enforcement as the enemy. He said law enforcement is the enemy. Now, you know, I assume, I'll ask the fake news, has he taken it back? I assume, because he's taken everything back. He's taken anti-fracking back. He's taken pretty much everything back. But remember, it's the first thing they say. That's what they stick with. Biden's anti-police crusade must stop. As president, I will always stand with the heroes of law enforcement. That's why we're here. And I was honored to receive the endorsement of 48 sheriffs right here in Florida 3 weeks ago. And all over the country, law enforcement from Texas, Arizona, Ohio, Oklahoma, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, New York's finest endorsed me. They've never endorsed a presidential candidate. The National Troopers Coalition, Chicago. How about that? Chicago Police, they endorsed me, Chicago. And all the major law enforcement organizations all across our country. They go back home to mommy, they say, Mommy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know the incredible thing about that? I didn't hear anything except our crowd. No, they have no voice. They're screaming at the top of their lungs, but their lungs are very small. And I didn't hear, all of a sudden you hear, whoa, like this right here. It's true. If you wouldn't recognize them, we wouldn't even know they're here. Now, tomorrow, the headline is, so you had one young protester. The headline will be tomorrow, Trump's rally broken up by protests. One very young girl. She's a girl. Am I allowed to say girl? She looks like she's like about 16 years old. How the hell is that happening? 250 generals and military leaders, also hundreds and hundreds of military spouses, have given their complete and total endorsement to our campaign. To uphold the laws of our land and to uphold our Constitution as written, on Saturday I will be announcing my nominee to the United States Supreme Court. It's true. Well, it's going to be a big deal. We're doing it at the White House, the Rose Garden of the White House. Unless it's raining, in which case we'll still do it there. That's okay. It's beautiful, the White House. So beautiful. We love the White House, right outside the Oval Office. And, you know, they don't want us to do it. The Democrats say, you shouldn't do it. Why? We have a lot of time. Let me ask you the one simple question. If it was them instead of us, do you think they'd do it? I think so. Now, this will be a very talented person. It will be a woman. I'm sorry, man. It will be a woman. All right, ready? Who would rather see a man? Oh, that's trouble. Try it again. Who would rather see a man? That's not good. Who would rather see a woman? I think it would be, really, I think it would take tremendous courage. I don't care how great the man is. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you that Jim Fitzgerald, and then you would see a lot of very unhappy faces, right? My opponent refuses to release his lists of potential justices because they will be handpicked by extremists like Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, sometimes known as AOC plus 3, right? AOC. And one of the three, I think, is Omar, right? But they'll pick the person. So if Biden does that, if he puts an extremist into that position, he loses everything that's like normal. And if he does the other way, he loses the left. So he doesn't want to give a left. I'd love to have him put up a list. I'd like to see what that, I could see what that list would be. I could already tell you the people on that list. It would not be good. It would not be pretty. You would not be happy. That would be the end. If given power, Biden and his supporters would pack the court. You know, they're talking about packing the court because we have won races. We have won. I'll tell you what. So this will be my third, and we're in great shape. Do you see what's going on with the Republican Party? How unified the Republican Party is? Right? No, we're unified. It's a beautiful thing to say. Thank you, Mitt. Thank you. Appreciate it. Even Mitt's on board. Even Mitt's on board. No, it's a good thing to see. Having a unified party. Of course, when they did the impeachment hoax, we had 197 to nothing in the House and 52 and a half to a half. That was Mitt. But that's okay. I'm no longer angry at Mitt because he's being very nice on the Supreme Court. He's doing the right thing. I just want him to do the right thing. But they want to pack the court. You know what that means? They want to put on a lot of justices. These are things that are just horrible. I guess we could do that too, right? We could do that too. But remember, it was Harry Reid that made this all possible. You know, they're angry at us. Listen, Chuck, Crying Chuck. You know what Crying Chuck is? Chuck. Every time you complain, remember, it was Harry Reid, your person in charge. He had your job before. It was Harry Reid who made this all possible. Thank you very much, Harry. I hope you're enjoying your evening. No, they blame us. Harry Reid gave us the power. Nuclear option. Thank you, Harry, very much. But he wants to pack the court, Supreme Court, with radicals who will terminate the Second Amendment, confiscate your firearms, eliminate the right to self-defense, strike under God from the Pledge of Allegiance and all other places. Tear down crosses from public spaces and force taxpayers to fund extreme late-term abortion. These far-left justices would release violent criminals, shield foreign terrorists, impose sanctuary cities, and declare the death penalty totally unconstitutional. Hey, it will be totally unconstitutional. They want to declare it unconstitutional for even the most depraved mass murderers. And it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing. They came to my office today at the death penalty for clemency. I said, what was the crime? The crime was so horrible that I won't tell you what it was, but it's been going on for 21 years or so. The crime was so horrible that this person committed that I said, look, I just can't talk about it. It was so horrible, and that's usually the case, like the Boston bomber. And by the way, they want to give votes to prisoners, people in prison. They want to give votes. So we immediately said, remember Bernie, crazy Bernie. Bernie is, I'll tell you one thing about him. He's the greatest loser I've ever seen. No, it's true. No, I mean that in a respectful way. because what they did to him with Hillary was bad, but this time was even worse. Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren would have left the campaign one day before Super Tuesday, Bernie, with her ideology, basically, because she's a radical left, and she was really fresh to him, but she was really fresh. How bad was Elizabeth Warren to Joe Biden? There's only one person that was worse. Who was worse? Kamala. I said, he'll never, this shows you my great instinct, my great knowledge of politics. I said, he will never pick Kamala because no human being has been treated worse than anybody than Kamala. Remember, she called him a racist. She called him xenophobic. She called him all sorts of things. She called him things that were so bad I can't say them. I can't say them. But she called him a lot of things. I said, well, she's out. And then he picks her. She picks her. And well, you always pick people going up, not going down in the polls. You know, if I were going to pick, and by the way, how good is Mike Pence? Is he great? Okay, he's a rock. He's a solid guy, and he's a great guy, and a great vice president, and he works so hard. He's all over the place. He's in Michigan. He's everywhere. Where'd you go today, Mike? I went to Michigan, North Carolina, South Carolina. I went to Wisconsin. And the guy, I tell you what, he's an incredible guy, and he's a great guy, and he loves the people of this country. He loves our country. You cannot do better than Mike Pence. You know that. If you want to save America, you must get out and vote. In just 3.5 years, we've secured our borders, rebuilt the awesome power of the U.S. military, obliterated ISIS caliphate 100%, fixed our disastrous trade deals, and they were a disaster. I read some of them. I said, who agrees to this stuff? Stupid people agree to it. And brought jobs back home to America, and we brought them back. You had the greatest year you've ever had last year. The greatest year you've ever had. Under 16 years of presidents, Obama and Bush, household income rose only $2,945. Okay, that's over a course of 16 years, close to $3,000, right? In 3 years, and including energy, because look at the saving. How are you doing at the gas pump? Not so bad, right? Did you ever see that? You ever think that was going to happen? In 3 years, so that was less than 3,000 over 16. In 3 years, you went up $10,000, including energy. We lifted 6.6 million people out of poverty, the largest poverty reduction in the first 3 years of any president in the history of our country. We built the greatest economy in the history of the world, not only here, anywhere. We were beating everybody. You know, for years I heard that China in 2019 was going to overtake us, right? That didn't happen. Then they released the plague, but that didn't happen, and it still is not happening with the plague because they got hit hard themselves. I wonder if they understood that they were going to get hit too, right? But the plague came here. They could have stopped it. They could have stopped it from going all over the world, 188 countries all over the world, including Europe and the United States. We've added a record 10.6 million jobs in the last 4 months, including 3.3 million jobs for Hispanic Americans. That's a record. Both numbers are a record. When the plague arrived from China, we launched the largest national mobilization since World War II. We pioneered life-saving therapies, reducing the fatality rate 85% since April. You see what's happening? Europe has almost a 50% greater excess mortality rate than the United States, and now you see they're being hit very hard. The fake news was saying, well, I don't know if you've done as well as Europe. I said we did better than Europe, and now Europe is exploding again. Unfortunately, I don't want that to happen, but they don't want to talk about that because that's not good for their narrative. Our early and aggressive action saved many millions of lives. Through Operation Warp Speed, we developed and distributed a vaccine. We will have a vaccine so soon you won't even believe it. Although they're trying to do a little bit of a political hit. Let's delay it just a little bit. You notice that? let's delay the vaccine just a little bit. But we have 3 great companies and then others also. Johnson & Johnson, right? Pfizer, Moderna, great companies. All of them great companies, and they're right there. They're way advanced, way advanced. They're in the final steps. I took historic action to get critical relief for American workers through our Paycheck Protection Program. We saved 3.2 million Florida jobs. We're launching a historic effort to bring our medical supply chains back home where they belong. In 1996, Joe Biden voted to obliterate Puerto Rico's thriving pharmaceutical industry. I am reversing that, and we're going back so that Puerto Rico can get its pharmaceutical industry back, and they're going to have it back soon. That was Joe Biden that did that. And then they'll vote, because automatically, I don't know, they vote for a Democrat. What's the purpose? He's the one that did it. He's the one. Look what he did, how devastated. Look at what he did to our African-American community, and people don't want to talk about it. But what he did was devastating, devastating. He's not good for anyone, let's face it. Last week, I also announced an additional $13 billion that goes to disaster relief for Puerto Rico. They got hit hard. I hope they remember that. That was given by Trump, not by the Democrats. Our hearts are also with the communities in the Panhandle. I love the Panhandle. Ron will tell you. I'll tell you, you're a great governor, and he's doing a great job. He called up, he said, the Panhandle's it, sir. They love you in the Panhandle. I think I'm at about 99.9% in the Panhandle. But we took care of the Panhandle. Remember Hurricane Sally? That was not good, but we took care of it. Ron came into my office and say, sir, we need more money. I said, how much? He gave me a number you don't even want to believe. I said, you got it, Ron. Don't come back, Ron. He comes back about 3 days later. Sir, we need more money. But that's, I guess, a good governor. That's what a good governor does, right? That's what a good governor does. I approved a major disaster declaration for the state of Florida last night. And we will be with you every step of the way, every step. You're there. We're there so fast. We sometimes, you know, other presidents took a long time to approve them. I approve them before the storms hit shore, because we know what's going to happen. We took care of Florida. On November 3rd, Florida will decide whether we end the pandemic and return to record prosperity, or whether we allow Joe Biden to kill the recovery, delay the vaccine, impose a $4 trillion tax hike, ban American energy, which he wants to do, destroy the suburbs. He's going to destroy the suburbs. Give free health care to illegal aliens, which means millions and millions of people are going to pour into our country. And indoctrinate your children with poisonous anti-American lies in their class, in their school. To combat the toxic left-wing propaganda in our schools, I announced something last week that was very popular, that we're launching a new pro-American lesson plan for students called 1776 Commission. We'll teach our children the truth about America, that we are the most exceptional nation on the face of the earth, and you haven't seen anything yet. You see what we're doing. I've also issued an executive order to prohibit the teaching of critical race theory in the federal government. That hateful Marxist doctrine paints America as a wicked nation, seeks to divide everyone by race, rewrites American history, and teaches people to be ashamed of themselves and be ashamed of their country. That's not happening anymore. We fired so many of these wise guys. We had one getting $350,000 a year teaching our military this stuff. And he said, what happened? We said, you're fired, get out, done. And many people. No, it's become a cancer. It's like a cancer. But many, many people gone. They're all gone. And if they're not, let us know and we'll let them go. But we have to unite together as one proud American family. That's what we are. We're joined tonight by some incredible warriors, some incredible people. One of them that I'm most proud of is a man that came to this state, and what a job he's done. Your great governor, Ron DeSantis. He's doing a great job. Ron is doing a great job. Ron, how are we doing in the election? How are we doing on November 3rd, Ron? Okay, he says good. We better do good. Well, he won a great primary, and then he beat a man that they said had a good future. I'm not thinking his future's looking too good right now. How's his future? I don't think it's too good right now. Ron was great, tough and strong, and he didn't choke under pressure, that's for sure. But much more important than Ron is the First Lady of Florida, Casey DeSantis. The mayor of Jacksonville, a really good guy. I got him to he wanted to do it so bad. We wanted to have our Republican National Convention right here in Jacksonville. But the timing was a little bit bad. We got hit a little bit with COVID, as they say. We got hit a little bit with the China virus. But I'll tell you what, Lenny Curry was absolutely fantastic. Your mayor, Lenny Curry. All right, you ready? Some of the greatest, toughest warriors you'll ever meet. During the impeachment hoax, they said this is the biggest pile of crap you've ever seen. I'm the only guy in history that got impeached for an absolutely perfect conversation. It was perfect. We sent it around. Everyone said, what's wrong with this? We sent it to the Justice Department. Please check this. Thank goodness we had people that were taking it down, right? Exact notes. Great patriots. They took it down. 2 of them. And it was perfect. We sent it to the Justice Department. Please examine this conversation. We'd like to know what you think. They called back. They said, okay, listen, what exactly are you looking for here? You know, these guys are used to looking at killings and drug dealers. And they're saying, explain to us, what are you looking for? We don't see anything, you know. This was the greatest hoax. And today, by the way, you see what happened? They caught him. They've got him cold. They got him cold. We'll talk about it in a second. They caught him. They now find out that Trump was 100% truthful. It was a hoax. They got him cold. It was just announced. Dan Scavino just said it's the biggest, it's the hottest thing on the internet. They got him cold. We'll talk about it in a second. But these are warriors. When I needed warriors, I had them. Representative Matt Gaetz. Where's my Matt? What a great guy. What a guy. Big future. Thank you, Matt. What a warrior. Thank you. But he's very shy on television, right? I noticed. He's great. Thank you, Matt. Ted Yoho. Ted. Ted. Where's Ted? Great job. Now, you know, a man that is in charge of all spying. He was so good that Matt and Ron and Ted and Mike Waltz and a lot of people came to see me. Mike, another great one. Thank you, Mike. Is John Rutherford here? Where is he? Where is he? What a good job, John. Thank you. Thank you for the help. Thank you, John. But Mike Waltz has been so great. And candidate for Congress, Kat Kamak. Kat. So Kat was in the Oval Office yesterday, right? And I said, how are you doing? Sir, I'm up 42. I said, 42 what? 42 points. That was a big Trump district, right? You're not in any real trouble, that's for sure. That was a great win you had. She'll be with us a long time, a long time. I really appreciate it. And we also have some others that are running for different offices in the Republican Party, and we love the Republican Party. They have been incredible. They have been incredible. We also have some of our really unbelievable undercover operatives. And if you don't mind, I won't introduce them. All right? I don't think we're going to introduce them. I want to so badly. I want to have them stand up, bring them up here. I want to hug them and kiss them, which I'm not allowed to do because of social distancing. But somehow they may lose some effectiveness if I introduce them. So they're in the crowd. I saw two of them, and I won't bother, but they are great, great champions of our country. Thank you. Thank you. And also here is a woman who was she was tough. She was in charge of a great state, Michigan, and she kept asking me, come back, you're going to win. Everyone said, you know, Republicans hadn't won Michigan in many decades. And I felt I should because I was bringing back, and I was doing so much for the business and jobs and bringing people back and recommending and telling them you're losing your business to Mexico, Canada. And they gave me, 12 years ago, they gave me the Man of the Year in Michigan, and I made this crazy speech that I said, you're losing all your jobs to Mexico. And all of a sudden, I'm running for office, and a woman who handled it was unbelievable. She'd say to me, sir, would you please come and make a speech? I said, who are you? My name is Ronna McDaniel. I'm in charge of Michigan. Where's Ronna? She said, my name is Ronna McDaniel. I'm in charge of Michigan. I said, I hear we don't have a chance. We should win Michigan, but I hear you're going to win it if you come here. So I went and made a speech. Then I went and made another speech. Then she'd call again and again. I couldn't take it. And then I said, look, I'll do one more. She wanted me to do one more. She said, I'm telling you, you're going to win. Do one more. This is 2 weeks left. And I said, all right, this is it, though. This is it. You know, I've devoted a lot of time to Michigan, and everyone says you can't win. By the way, just got a poll. We're 3 points up in Michigan. She said, sir. Then she used to call me Mr. Trump. I wasn't president yet. She said, sir, please, just this one time, this is it, three weeks out. I said, all right, this is it. Can't do anymore. Got to go to a lot of states. That's it. This is it, sir, I promise. So I did it. Then the night before the election, she said, sir, you're going to win Michigan, but you got to make one more stop. I said, you got to. And I made it on election day. I arrived at 12:15 in the now morning. That was now election day, right? I started speaking at 1 o'clock in the morning on election day. My wife said, are you crazy? We had 32,000 people. And the reason I went, she wanted us there, but we found out that crooked Hillary Clinton, Barack Hussein Obama, and Mrs. Obama, and Bill Clinton were traveling to Michigan unexpectedly because, as Bill Clinton told them 3 months ago, you're going to have trouble with Trump in Michigan. They don't want to listen to him, you know. They said, oh, well, because he's a natural politician. And he said, you're going to have trouble in Wisconsin, too, and be careful of Minnesota. This was Clinton. Remember, they were laughing. They thought he was very funny. But they knew they were in trouble, so they flew there. They had 500 people. I went there, and I started speaking at 1 in the morning with 32,000 people in Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids. In Grand Rapids. And I said, it's like this. I said, we're not going to lose this state. You can't lose. When you have a crowd, you can't lose. You know, you can look at a crowd. I can look at this crowd. I can say, look at it as far as the eye can see. As far as the eye can see. I'd leave here, I say, we're not losing Florida. I can tell you that. You can tell. You can feel it. You can feel it. You have an instinct. We're joined as well by a group of incredible supporters who have recently walked away from the Democrat Party. They walked away from the Democrats. They just registered as Republicans. Thank you. Thank you. and they're going to be voting for us. They just a whole big group of people, and I thank you, and you're all over the place. And thank you. Thank you. They know. It's called, they're smart, and they have common sense. We've spent the last 4 years reversing the terrible damage Joe Biden inflicted over the last 47 years. Together, we've taken on a corrupt and broken system that's been throwing everything at us from the very beginning. And remember this, and I say it all the time, I've done more in 47 months than Joe Biden's done in 47 years. That's true. That's true. That's true. But today, a trove of text messages was released from the FBI agents involved in the Russia witch hunt. You had to see this. This is what I was talking about before. The headline from the Federalist reads, "Trump was right. Explosive new FBI text detail internal furor over handling of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation." That was the name. We caught him. We had him before this, but this is like, remember the insurance policy? Darling, darling, oh, I love you so much, darling. She's going to win, isn't she? Yes, 100 million to 1. That's not good odds for me. They might not have been great, but they were a lot better than that. 100 million to 1, Lisa. I love you so much. But if for some reason she doesn't win, we have an insurance policy. That's what we've been living through, their insurance policy. You can't be any more obvious than that. These people are scum. They were trying to do a coup. Who would think? And we caught them before that. We caught them spying on our nation. And they've gotten caught. Let's see what happens with them now. But this was a big day. This was a big day. Never forget. They are coming after me because I am fighting for you. There's a lot of truth to that. For decades, our politicians spent trillions of dollars rebuilding foreign nations, fighting foreign wars, and defending foreign borders. But now we are finally protecting our nation, rebuilding our cities, and we are bringing our jobs, our factories, and our troops back home to the USA. Joe Biden championed every globalist betrayal of America for 47 years. He was a cheerleader for NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, emptied out your factories. And he was a cheerleader for China's entry into the World Trade Organization. I took the toughest ever action to stand up to China's rampant theft of American jobs. And I proudly signed a historic executive order making it official government policy to buy American and hire American. By the way, you ever see this guy? He's using my slogans. He's using my slogans. I saw him the other day. It's like, buy American. I said, I've been saying that for 5 years, right? He's using my, he has no clue, I'm telling you. You got to come up with your own slogans, Joe. We invested $2.5 trillion in the U.S. military and launched the first new branch of U.S. Armed Forces in nearly 75 years after the Air Force, the Space Force. Right here. We passed VA choice and VA accountability. Nobody thought that could happen. We have a 91% approval rating in the VA, right? 91% approval rating. Highest in history, highest ever. Do you ever see, I don't want to say this to them because they'll find a vet. Is there an unhappy vet someplace? 91% approval. Remember, we used to always watch every night, you'd see things on the news about how badly the vets are treated. Now we have a 91% approval rating. My guys are doing a great job. And today I can announce that the VA is approving a new $46 million lease for a brand new veterans health care clinic in North Jacksonville. We killed the founder and leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. We took out the world's #1 terrorist, all over the world, #1. The mass murder of American troops and many others. Qasem Soleimani is dead. Took him out. He deserved to be taken out. We withdrew from the last administration's disastrous Iran nuclear deal, $150 billion. You know what he got for it? Nothing. $1.8 billion in cash. He got nothing. Nothing. I kept my promise, recognized the true capital of Israel, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. I also recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and instead of endless war, we are forging peace in the Middle East. You saw what is happening there. In fact, I was nominated for 2 Nobel Peace Prizes last week. You know the story. You know the story. And I told our great First Lady, I said, First Lady, I was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. I'm going to come home early. I'm going to watch it on NBC News, which is one of the biggest scam jobs I've ever seen. NBC, probably worse than CNN, NBC. But we're going to watch it. We're going to watch the evening news. So we'll watch second place NBC. You know, it is the second place. They spend all this money on PR, and then I hit them hard. But they are bad. I said, First Lady, wait till you see it, Nobel Peace Prize. This will definitely be the biggest thing. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, NBC News. They start off with you. They said you had some heavy rain. They started off with something else, something else, something else, something else. Now the show's almost over. I said, First Lady, they're not mentioning the Nobel Peace Prize. This is very embarrassing. But then it was okay because 2 days later, I got nominated again. That was for Israel. I got nominated again. And I remember when Obama got, he said, ladies and gentlemen, Barack Hussein Obama has just been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. So what happened? I said, First Lady, I just got nominated again, this time for Kosovo. Serbia, they're not killing each other anymore. I stopped it. It's totally different. The first was Israel, right? Bahrain, UAE. This one was Kosovo, totally different. And I don't know if that's ever happened before. I said, First Lady, let's give it another shot. We watched the news, never even mentioned. When Barack Obama got his Nobel Prize, like immediately after he got elected, they asked him, why did you get it? He had no clue. Nobody knew. Nobody knew. And it was a big story. Breaking news. We have breaking news. They didn't have breaking news when I got it, but that's why we understand the press. We understand them very well. They're fake. The last administration made a pathetic one-sided deal with a Castro dictatorship that betrayed the Cuban people and enriched the communist regime. My opponent stands with socialists and communists. I stand with the proud people of Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, in their righteous struggle for freedom, and you're going to win it very soon. You're going to win that very soon. The last administration also negotiated the terrible Obama-Biden-Santos deal with Colombian drug cartels. They surrendered the narco-terrorists. They surrendered to them, and they caused illicit drug production to soar. Under my administration, we worked with our Colombian partners to launch a historic rival operation against the drug traffickers. And since April, we have seized or disrupted 227 metric tons of poisonous narcotics. Nobody has ever done anything like it. Joe Biden opposed the mission to take out Osama bin Laden. He opposed killing Soleimani. He voted for the Iraq war. He backed the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. And he cheered for the rise of China as a positive development for our country. I don't think so. That was a disaster. Now Biden's put forward the most dangerous and extreme platform of any major party nominee in history. The bad news is he doesn't even know what the hell it is. The Biden plan would destroy Social Security and destroy protections for pre-existing conditions. It will drain your Medicare by giving free health care to illegal immigrants that will come over to this country by the millions when they see this. End virtually all immigration enforcement and impose totally open borders. He would terminate our travel bans on jihadist regions. Remember, I got that approved? They kept saying, oh, he lost, and then I won in the Supreme Court. We have a travel ban. Guess what? And increase refugee admissions by over 700%, opening the floodgates to radical Islamic terrorism. He wants to ban school choice and ban charter schools, which are absolutely imperative for our children. In a second term, I will provide school choice to every parent in America. A vote for Republicans is a vote for safe communities, great jobs, and a limitless future for all Americans. And in conclusion, over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we will end our reliance on China once and for all. We will make our medical supplies right here in the United States. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities. We will defend the dignity of work and the sanctity of life. We will uphold religious liberty, free speech, and the right to keep and bear arms. Second Amendment. We will strike down terrorists who threaten our citizens, and we will keep out of America, of our great country. We will stay away from those ridiculous, endless foreign wars. They never end. Endless foreign wars. They're all coming home. They're all coming home. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength, and nobody has strength like we have strength. Peace through strength. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, and further reduce health insurance premiums and the cost of prescription drugs. They're going to be coming down by 30, 40, 50, 60, 70%. Favored nations. Favored nations clause. We'll be paying as low as anybody in the world. It's called favored nations. Nobody had the guts to do it. And they are spending a lot of money on ads against me right now. That big pharma. They are spending a lot of money. We will strongly protect Medicare and Social Security, and we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to land an astronaut on Mars. Thank you. That's really nice. I had such a nice life before doing this. But no administration has ever done in the first 3.5 years, not even close, what we've done. And that's very gratifying. I want to tell you that. And thank you very much. We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. We're already doing. We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag. Right? And we will live by the timeless words of our national motto, "In God we trust." For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America and standing up for the great people of Florida. So get your friends, get your family, get your neighbors, get your co-workers, and get out and vote. We have to win this election. Most important election we've ever had. Early voting has already begun. Don't wait. Vote. It's safe. Go out and vote. I hear we're doing very well, by the way. That's what the word is. We'll see. We'll see. But I hear we're doing very well. From Tampa to Tallahassee, from Orlando to Miami, from Pensacola to right here in Jacksonville. We stand on the shoulders of Florida patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears for this beloved nation. We inherit the legacy of American heroes who crossed the oceans, blazed the trails, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, dug out the Panama Canal, laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism. And from here, in this beautiful, beautiful state, this sun-drenched state of Florida, we launched American astronauts to the moon. We made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come, you watch. Proud citizens like you helped build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning the power to you, the American people. With your help, your devotion, your drive, we are going to keep on working, we are going to keep on fighting, and we are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together with the incredible people of Florida, we will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Florida. Thank you, Florida.
All right, President Trump has just finished his rally there in Jacksonville, Florida. Going a little over an hour like most of his rallies. He touched on a number of subjects, previewing his highly anticipated nominee who he'll announce on Saturday to replace Justice Ginsburg on the Supreme Court. The president won Florida narrowly in 2016. He's vying for another victory there in 2020 with just 40 days to go before the general election. The president was in North Carolina earlier today with a major health care announcement, signing an executive action preserving pre-existing conditions for Americans as U.S. policy. We want to thank everyone for watching. We want to go over now to an event earlier in Arizona with the governor there, Doug Ducey, the Republican governor. He was giving an update on COVID-19 testing in the state with health officials as well. So let's go to that.
Joining me today are the presidents of Arizona's 3 state universities, and I want to say a special thank you to another leader who was unable to join us today, Chair of the Arizona Board of Regents, Larry Penley. I'm very grateful for Regent Penley's dedication and leadership on the Board of Regents, especially during the COVID-19 crisis. First, I want to provide everybody a quick update on where Arizona stands on COVID-19. And I want to begin by saying 2 words: thank you very much for your commitment and partnership. Arizonans have really stepped up in the last several weeks to slow the spread of this virus. Percent positivity was 20% at the end of June. Last week it was 4%. Percent of patients with COVID-like illness was 21% in June. Now it's 2.3%, and that's a decline of 10 consecutive weeks. In addition, the number of hospital beds in use by patients with COVID-19 is at its lowest point since April. And this week, the number of ICU beds in use for COVID-19 patients hit its lowest point since we began reporting the data. And last, but certainly not least, our university students are beginning to get back into the classroom. This is all very good news. And again, I want to thank everyone for their vigilance and sacrifice. And I want to emphasize that Arizona needs to keep these efforts going. Now, I want to talk a little bit about our universities, and I want to say that Arizona's progress to combat the coronavirus would not be possible without the partnerships we've forged along the way, with possibly none being more important than those with our universities. Our universities have adapted to keep students engaged and learning. They've brought about innovations to COVID-19 in testing and in tracing. They are manufacturing PPE in revolutionary ways, and they are even testing wastewater to monitor for COVID-19 so we can stop an outbreak before it starts. In short, Arizona's universities are proving once again why they are some of the finest in the world. To date, the state of Arizona has provided millions of dollars to help keep everyone at our university safe and to boost innovation to fight COVID-19. And today I'm proud to announce that Arizona is doubling down on these investments in a big way with $14 million new dollars. Our latest investments include $8 million for additional testing, surveillance, and other response efforts at all three universities. On top of that, Arizona will be investing $6 million into ASU's development of groundbreaking testing known as point-of-need testing. With point-of-need testing, Arizona's first responders, healthcare workers, people in congregate care settings, and others will be able to get tested and receive their results not in days or hours, but in minutes. These investments are critical for helping our community stay safe and healthy. Now, before we get to our next speaker, I'd like to quickly touch on some of the great work being done at each university. And let's start with Arizona State University. Among many achievements, ASU has developed and deployed one of the first saliva-based tests in the United States. They have also designed and deployed an online network of 3D printers to produce PPE for healthcare providers and hospitals around the state. And Dr. Crow, as I just mentioned, ASU's point-of-need testing will be a game changer for frontline workers. We can't wait to see it come to life in the near future. Next, we have the team of the University of Arizona, led by Dr. Bobby Robbins. The University of Arizona has distinguished itself as a national leader by developing one of the most accurate antibody tests in the country. You could even call this test the gold standard. Our state has equipped the Wildcats with $3.5 million to provide 250,000 antibody tests to Arizonans, and they're well on their way. On top of that, the Wildcats have provided, on their own dime, more than 17,000 PCR test kits to communities that need them most. This includes 7,000 tests for Arizona's tribal nations. Dr. Robbins, your institution is aiding response efforts not just in Tucson or the state of Arizona, but throughout the country. And we appreciate your hard work through the crisis. Then, of course, we have NAU leading the charge against COVID-19 in Coconino County and beyond. NAU's Center for Health Equity Research has been embedded into the Coconino County monitoring team, helping to investigate and contact trace COVID-19 cases since the beginning of the pandemic. In addition, NAU's Regents Professor, Dr. Keim, is leading the Arizona COVID-19 Genomics Union, or ACGU. Arizona's 3 universities and TGen to sequence, analyze, and track different strains of COVID-19. Lastly, NAU's Information Technology Services team has installed drive-up Wi-Fi. These services are available across the state, helping families stay connected. Dr. Chang, you and your team have prioritized the health and well-being of our entire state, and I'm grateful. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our next speaker and congratulate him in advance for the recognition of Arizona State University for the 6th year running being declared the most innovative university in the nation, and he has certainly brought that spirit of innovation to the COVID-19 crisis. Dr. Michael Crow.
Thank you, Governor. I'll do 3 things in this brief set of comments. First, ASU is up and fully operational. We have over 2,000 research groups, 10% of which are focused on COVID-related things, working, driving forward, working on solutions, developing new science, new technology, new solutions. We have 74,500 students engaged with us in hybrid modality. That is, some classes are in person, some classes are hybrid, some classes are online, and another 50,000 students that are attending online only for the largest enrollment that we've ever had. We have about 20,000 students, give or take, on campus, 15,000, 20,000 any given day. We're operating in a modality where students can come in, anyone can come in now in the sync mode to any of 1,000 classrooms that we have. So all in all, the university is operating both from a teaching, learning, and discovery perspective, and we're very happy about that. Relative to the management of COVID, we had the first reported case in Arizona back in January, the 3rd reported case in the United States back in January. We've been managing COVID since then, and we knew then and know now it's a long-term thing. This is a permanent introduction of a new virus to the human ecosystem, and we're going to have to be managing it for a long time, and we've taken that approach. We've taken that approach so much so that we realize that we have to deal with positives in the student body, positives in our residence halls, positives on our staff. We're down about 80% from where we were a few weeks ago in terms of positives, and so we're very excited about the fact that the techniques that we're using, the social isolation, the testing, the masking in particular has been powerful. We have no reported transmissions from students to staff. In fact, we'll announce in our data tonight that we have 1 positive employee at the university. The largest number of positive employees we had was before students returned, when the virus was running around a lot more actively back in July. Lastly, I'll talk about the point of need test. ASU has been working since 2003 through our Biodesign Institute as a frontline, unbelievable, state-of-the-art, best humans can deliver scientific organization, and it turns out that the scientists that we put together there have a unique capability of working together, engineers and computer scientists and biologists and physicians and virologists and everybody else that you can imagine. And so for the last more than 10 years, we've been building ways to defend against biological threats. We've been funded by the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, the Defense Advanced Projects Agency, the BARDA, the agency defending against biological threats, either man-made or natural, that come. And as a result of that, the point of need test that the governor mentioned is something that we believe that we can have a prototype ready in 6 months. You'll spit into one of the most advanced technological devices that you could possibly imagine. On the device is a series of microchips and small laboratory devices that take objects smaller than basically just a couple of molecules, move them around, heat them, do the chemistry evaluation in a thing not much bigger than an electrical thermometer. That then communicates with your cell phone. You get the green light, you go to school, you go to work, you go to the game. This is a powerful, powerful thing, drawing from 100 people that we've had working on this and projects that we've been working on, and so we're very excited that we've been asked to now develop this point of need test. All of that is going on. ASU, it's funny, sometimes we hear people talking about the university being opened or closed. We're never closed. This is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week operation, always open, always moving forward, always finding ways to be of greater service in teaching, learning, and discovery. So thank you, Governor, for the opportunity to advance this project, and to our colleagues for being able to work together. I think all of us among the universities are of the view that our mission, we're an essential industry, we've been designated an essential industry, is to keep things moving, and that's what we're doing.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor, for inviting us all here today. I'd like to start out by saying how proud I am of the Wildcat Nation for our students, our faculty, and our staff, and our expert teams that have put together one of the most comprehensive testing programs in the country. Their efforts were recently recognized by Dr. Deborah Birx last Friday when she was at our universities. That she's been visiting around the country and went back and reported back in Washington about the incredible protocols that are being done at our universities here in Arizona. The U of A's Test All, Test Smart program utilizes all 3 COVID tests: antigen testing, PCR testing, and antibody testing. All of these tests are run in-house at the University of Arizona by our scientists and physicians, and we're ensuring rapid turnaround times. Our tests are not just random surveillance tests only, although we are doing that. We test all of those who've been exposed, who've been contact traced, or detected through wastewater-based epidemiology. 94% of our tests are rapid response. That's within an hour, and this is our antigen test that we're deploying for asymptomatic individuals. All symptomatic individuals receive a PCR test. We have supplies currently from our partner, Quidel, for 8,000 antigen tests per week and the capacity to do 1,700 PCR tests a week at the University of Arizona. For the past 3 weeks, we've run at least 6,000 tests a week, and we're on pace to do about the same this week. Over that same period of time, our positivity rate has hovered around 10%. We tested all the students who came back into our dorms. They were all negative, and within a few weeks, we, of course, saw a surge. Recently, our current positivity rate is around 4%. On Tuesday was 4.3%, and yesterday 3.9%. The latest data available on our dashboard that Dr. Birx reviewed last week is said to, she put a new standard to reporting. And you can visit that dashboard at covid19.arizona.edu/dashboard. Our program is augmented by wastewater-based epidemiology. Dr. Ian Pepper is leading that effort at the University of Arizona and is being used in our dorms and our Panhellenic housing and now in off-campus housing. Certainly this is a way to find asymptomatic carriers that are shedding the virus in wastewater before anyone has a symptom. When we find a hot spot in a dorm, we go in and test all those students, find the asymptomatic positives, and then isolate them out of the general population. I'm also incredibly appreciative of the partnership we have with Mayor Romero, the City Council in Tucson, with Chuck Huckleberry and the Board of Supervisors of Pima County, and particularly the Pima County Health Department. Over the last few weeks, the county has set up over 30 pop-up testing sites at off-campus housing location, including the sky rises and our Panhellenic homes. Students who test positive isolate to keep from spreading the virus further. Both on-campus and off-campus students are in our isolation dorms. Currently, we have 372 students in isolation dorms. 77 students from the dorms are isolating off-campus. 250 beds continue to be available, and we have surge capacity with local hotels. Today, 34 students are returning to regular dorms from isolation, and we've seen up to 100 being discharged from our isolation facilities. I would also, in closing, like to take time to remind everyone that our antibody test is now available to all Arizonans over the age of 18. This is being offered through our partnership with Dr. Christ and the governor in the state of Arizona. To sign up, please go to covid19antibodytesting.arizona.edu. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join Governor Ducey and my fellow university presidents to share highlights of NAU's comprehensive efforts surrounding discovery, research, mitigation, prevention, and treatment of COVID-19. Since the start of the pandemic, NAU has harnessed the resources of our powerhouse NAU faculty, researchers, and surrounding academic and research institutions to learn about the virus and find ways to mitigate infection, and in an effort to keep our communities safe. In cooperation with the state of Arizona and Coconino County officials, NAU implemented a robust plan to manage the spread of the virus, including prevention, testing, tracing, and isolating. Specific efforts included requiring every student who lived on campus to provide a negative test result upon move-in, and phasing in-person instruction to the current hybrid model. An expanded testing program for our NAU and Flagstaff communities, including mandatory weekly mitigation testing for over 2,000 students, faculty, and staff, and approximately 1,000 tests per week to the Flagstaff community. Our aggressive mitigation testing effort in particular has allowed us to identify cases of asymptomatic individuals throughout the region that would have otherwise gone undetected. Last week, the Arizona COVID Genomics Union, ACGU, that has been mentioned by Governor Ducey, and is led by Regents Professor Dr. Paul Keim, published findings of a study tracking strains of COVID-19. This collaboration between NAU, TGen, ASU, and University of Arizona suggests early efforts help to contain the spread of COVID-19 after the first known case in January at ASU. TGen and NAU sequenced genomes from almost 3,000 COVID-19 positive samples for ACGU, with additional sequencing performed by ASU and University of Arizona from among more than 200,000 positive cases in Arizona. Working with Arizona public health officials, ACGU scientists applied the results toward statewide efforts to track, test, and track patients and provide guidance for state public policymakers. Since the start of the pandemic, NAU staff have supported county epidemiologists and public health teams in Coconino County working to track the spread of COVID-19. Work has focused on investigation and data management, contacting exposed individuals to discuss quarantining, and analyzing the burden county health systems could expect. Other initiatives include testing of wastewater, providing nursing care through telehealth, supplying personal protective equipment, and installing Wi-Fi across tribal lands in rural Arizona to ensure students could continue their education remotely. These are just some of the highlights of our widespread efforts. We're grateful for the opportunity to share these with you. Thank you, Governor.
Thanks so much, Dr. Chang. I really appreciate it. I want to say thank you as well to Dr. Crow and Bobby Robbins. These universities have very much been our secret weapon here in Arizona. We are blessed with 3 amazing leaders, and they have incredible teams. And let me just say, there's no one Arizona would rather have collaborating, innovating, and working to keep everyone safe as we battle COVID-19 than these 3 people that are with me today and their teams. Along with that, I am joined by Dr. Kara Christ, who leads the Arizona Department of Health Services, and Major General Mick McGuire, who leads the National Guard and our DEMA efforts. And with that, we'll take some questions. Patrick?
Is it 4 o'clock yet? Listen carefully at 4 o'clock.
All right, well, fair enough. All right, so my follow-up, you don't want to tip your hand, that's fine. For Dr. Robbins, specifically for you, I've seen you quoted saying it's not worth it, your experience as a cardiologist and the prevalence of myocarditis for athletes that might get COVID. Has your position changed on that?
Yeah, it has. I think we've had...
You don't exist if you're not in the microphone.
I got it. Yeah, I have modified my position on that early on.
By the way, you're a famous heart surgeon also.
I used to play one on TV, but I'm not anymore. Yeah, after looking at the data, and I think the early reports we saw coming out of some of the teams back east that there have been national panels of cardiologists that have reviewed the data. I didn't personally get to review the data, but I was concerned for sure. And I think Michael and our colleagues at the Pac-12 were very concerned about having the adequate testing and learning more about these data. And so I think that after looking at that and watching the protocols that are being put in place by the NBA, the NFL, and the other conferences, I'm comforted by the fact that we can safely take care of our student athletes.
You'll vote for a return. Will you vote for a return today?
Well, I think that, as Michael said, 4 o'clock.
We'll go to Dennis next. Last question, Governor. We got to keep moving. Dennis next.
Oh, sorry. Question for the governor. I just wanted to follow up and move this back to the Secretary of State's office. And I just wanted to ask you to get your thoughts on this. These voters that are in long-term care facilities, these facilities aren't allowing anybody in if they don't have any caretakers. Someone from the election board couldn't go in there. Are you okay then with them not voting, disenfranchising?
Listen, I want everyone to vote. I want every eligible voter to vote. I want everyone in a long-term care facility to vote. And we're going to find a safe way for these election boards. This is already set to be inside these long-term care facilities so that they can vote. No one's going to be disenfranchised.
So what's the plan?
The plan is that this is part of the investment that we've had ongoing with the Secretary of State's office so that we have a successful election cycle where no one's disenfranchised, whether you vote by mail, whether you use and work with one of these election boards inside our long-term care facilities, or whether you vote on Election Day.
All right, and I did want to follow up too. Several months ago, you were asked when we started having some of these press conferences when race relations were getting heated. You were asked at the time about systemic racism itself, and you said, "quote, I'm still learning on that." In several months now, given what's going on in the country right now, what have you learned in that period of time about systemic racism? To be specific about that.
Well, first, I don't think you have my quote correct. I said that racism exists. And then I addressed what we're doing in Arizona, the deliverables that came out of our meeting. And since that meeting with African American and minority community leaders, there have been a dozen meetings to follow. Of course, it was top of our agenda to have body cameras for all officers in the Department of Public Safety, and that remains a priority. That would have happened, save COVID-19. We wanted to, of course, diversify the post board and make sure that it was more reflective of the community, and those efforts are underway. And a direct ask of the community was that we would pay more attention to the vulnerable in their community during the pandemic, and we delivered with surge testing to Maryvale and South Phoenix, and those efforts will be ongoing.
On the elections front, there are a lot of people right now. We are very close to starting voting for Arizonans here. I know we've already started overseas. And a lot of people have a lot of questions about our elections. And so my question to you is, will you be able to assure voters that if the Democratic candidate, Joe Biden, does win the presidential election this year, that those results will be relayed to Arizona electors and that they will cast that vote as the electoral college?
So I want to say that election integrity is top of mind and top priority for me in the state of Arizona. And you're right, November 3rd is 40 days from today. I think we're 13 days from the permanent early voter list ballots being inside your mailbox. And I encourage all Arizonans to vote, and we will tabulate the vote. I do want to manage expectations that we likely will not be declaring a winner, possibly at the state level, certainly nationally, on the evening of November 3rd, and whoever wins that electoral college will be declared President of the United States.
And follow up to that quickly, you know, you obviously have gone to several events with President Trump in recent months for several different reasons. You know, you made a comment yesterday that had some people asking some questions about whether he will leave the White House peacefully. Would you say that you would try to encourage the president to do so if he does lose this election?
Well, what I would say to you is we've been doing this as a country since 1796 with a peaceful transition of power. And I think that those comments were clarified today in terms of that there would be respect for any free and fair election. And I think that's every American's expectation.
Doctor, actually, you've been hiding in the background, so I think it was time for you to come out in the shadows. I become not an expert, certainly on your dashboards and benchmarks, but quite a follower. We have a situation in at least several counties where the trends in the infection rate are going up, where the trends in positivity are going up. I realize you need 2 weeks to have a trend. If we get to a point where any of these counties go 2 weeks substantial, will you reclose those businesses because we're back to where we were in June?
So we're working with our county health departments to, as we're looking at the data, we are seeing that there are counties that will likely go back into substantial spread starting next week. So we're starting to work with those county health departments to identify if there are targeted areas where we can work specifically with those business owners. We want to avoid closing down. If we can implement mitigation strategies, that would be preferable. So we are working on that as it comes forward.
Let me take that down. Okay. Arizona's open. Arizona's economy is open. Arizona's educational institutions are open. Arizona's tourism institutions are open. The expectation is they are going to remain open. We are not going to be, due to a gradual rise in cases, be making any dramatic changes. We should expect a rise in cases. You just heard about the amazing technology and rapid results that we're going to have from saliva-based tests and on-site-based tests. So you should expect that. What you should look at is our positivity rate, our hospital capacity, our ICU capacity, which are all at all-time lows, low being the positive number that we want. So there's things that we can do, just like we have been doing, socially distancing, wearing masks, washing hands. But Arizona's open, and we're going to remain open in a safe and healthy way. I'm talking about where we are today. We're open.
My question is actually for Governor and for Dr. We've had a number of families who have lost loved ones to COVID-19 over the past few months, many in our site that we saw, alleging inequities in our hospital care. We know some hospitals had greater staffing shortages. Others were offering fewer treatments or had different guidelines for treatment distribution. We've tried to answer this question for them through data, but ADHS and individual hospitals across the state have refused to provide us with hospital-specific data. Through this lack of transparency, families want to know if we are prioritizing profits over patients. And my question is why not release this data if it's not identifiable in any way?
So I would probably have to follow up with you after this to identify which specific data that you're looking for.
We've asked for the number of COVID-19 patients admitted to each hospital, the number that have dropped out, and the number that have died.
So let me go back and check. That is the hospitals report the numbers of patients, but we don't have every patient in our database that has been hospitalized. So, not that have died in the hospital. So they will report an aggregate number, and so it's an aggregate, not specific number.
Because hospitals have told us that specific data is in your hands and all the rest of us.
So we would have to go back. It is that self-reported aggregate data, but we can take a look. We cannot break it down by potential hospital, but that's something that we can look at how we can get you that data. So if it's potentially identifying, somewhere in Maricopa County may not be potentially identifying if it was just one facility. But when you get out to rural counties, you probably could identify if there was an individual death or an individual patient that had a specific case or knew on a date that you could identify.
We're going to tell them when you're next.
If we're talking general data in our major hospitals in the valley, I mean, I don't understand the argument that it's identifiable when we're talking hundreds and hundreds of people.
Yeah, and that goes back to that communicable disease statute. So we would have to take a look to see what was potentially identifiable and what could be released.
Well, let me just clarify here. We would never prioritize a profit over patient. I would like to say a special thank you to all of our frontline workers, the doctors, the nurses, the emergency medical providers that have worked tirelessly through this, and we mourn every death. My heart goes out to all of these families, but it is not the hospital's fault. It's the virus that is doing this, and we'll continue working hard to keep our positivity low, and we will prioritize life over everything else, which is what we've done the entire time since the first case on January 27th.
We're going to get telemundo in here, please.
I'm going to change the topic a little bit because I want to hear a little bit more regarding that test that you plan to develop with the microchip. If you can say a little bit more regarding that, how is that going to help the general public? I know you guys are still working on this, but when do you think this might be available for all Arizonans? How is that going to go into help? Also, if you could say something regarding just the cases in universities. We've seen a lot of them rising in all three, and Tempe zip code also has a lot of the highest positivity of COVID-19 spread around the state. So if you could just do a little bit.
Right, so first on the test. So the test is an advanced scientific tool shrunk down into a small plastic device called a microfluidic device. Microfluids, you spit into the device. The device splits your saliva such that it can actually get at the chemistry of the virus in the saliva itself. It then takes the DNA structure of the virus, splits that, moves the RNA from that, which is the heart of the creature, cooks that up in a small laboratory, and then from that chemistry that's revealed, you know whether or not you're positive. Now, the key is none of that. It's all in a little plastic thing. What we have to do is each time you build one of these, it has to be built for the virus specifically. We've built them for other viruses like the Zika virus. We were the developer of the test for the Zika virus. We worked with the military and others to develop these tests. And so the 6 months that we're going to take to build the prototype is to get this thing to work where I don't want to go through all the description of the science here, but where the RNA slots into a mechanism where you know where the chemistry is certain that you have this virus. And so that then, once we make that known, point of need means you spit into it when you need to. You get the test when you need to. You plug the cartridge into another device. That cartridge then communicates to your phone and you're ready to go. How do we think this will work? Well, initially it'll go to what the governor mentioned, frontline workers, et cetera, but we're also in the game from the tests that we already have, the PCR test, the saliva-based test that our team developed of mass testing. So we've already tested in the neighborhood of 100,000 individuals. We're deployed. So we're trying to do all these things with the department, Arizona Health Services Department, at scale. So the hope is that this helps all Arizonans. Now, the most important thing is, but you have to believe this first, the virus will be here for a long time, and we're going to need testing for a long time. We're going to need tools for a long time. We're going to need health checks for a long time. And so 6 months is about as fast as we can do this, working day and night to get this done. And then eventually it'll be ubiquitously available, and it will be a powerful tool to make things happen in terms of you being able to move forward with your life.
I have a clear picture. Are we talking about like a small portable device that people will be carrying themselves?
No, there'll be a place to have the cartridge sort of talk to another thing easily somewhere. So the cartridge will be where you do the sample and the chemistry occurs in the cartridge. So if you have a thermometer that you've been checking your temperature with, it'll be about the size of the cartridge that your thermometer, your plastic thermometer, comes in. To your second question, which is this issue of testing at the university, maybe that was your third question, but testing at the university, our positive tests are going down dramatically. That was your second question. Both staff is down, students are down, students in the residence halls are down. We're putting out our update later this evening when we look at our data. And then to the last question, which was related to the zip codes, the same thing is happening in the zip codes. And so we're studying the zip codes. We're doing epidemiological analysis of each zip code that we're present in. In fact, we're doing it of all zip codes. We're doing it for the entire state. So we produce epidemiological analysis every day, and our concern of about 3 or 4 weeks ago has now been reduced to now things are being managed. And so we're confident that things are moving in the right direction at the moment.
We're going to Dylan and then Stephanie from the Republic. Governor, so you said today that you would work with Speaker Bowers to get GPS and other agents across the entire state body cameras. I'm curious, are you going to call a special session to get that done, or is this open to anybody, of course, because during the election it's possible that Speaker Bowers won't be Speaker anymore, the Democrat has to take control. So is this going to be open to anybody in the legislature, or will there be a special session?
I don't anticipate a special session at this time. Of course, I remain open-minded if there was something the state needed. One thing we know through COVID-19 is it's been unpredictable, and I'm grateful for the legislature's help along the way. But the body cameras are something that was in the State of the State on January 13th, 2020. It's something we have dollars for in the budget. It's really nothing more than the legislative act to get that done, and it will be a top priority in next year's agenda.
We'll go to Stephanie. We have time for one more. Stephanie from the Republic, please.
Yes, Governor, can you tell me about the $14 million, where the state is getting that money, and could you get a little more detail about how the $8 million is going to be spent?
Well, I'll defer to the university presidents. We've discussed different ideas with them around, like I said, testing, tracing, rapid results, the needs that we have on our university campuses. I don't know if you've seen what's going on in terms of Arizona's economy and what happened with our unemployment in this last month, but we went from 10.7 to 5.9%. It was a 44% decrease. It was a larger decrease than Texas or Florida or Colorado or Nevada or California or any other state in our region. So in terms of our state and a budget perspective, financial health, and the ability to bring jobs back. And I realize there are still people out there that are displaced and they are hurting. But we have tens of thousands returning to work. If you look for a metric, it's who can you compare and contrast what you're doing in comparison to other states. So we're in a position right now when we need an investment around COVID-19 for health and safety that these fine universities can deploy. We've had those dollars available, of course, working with the federal government as well, and the CARES Act dollars we've kept powder dry because we don't know what's going to happen going into the future, and we don't know what Congress is going to do. Well, I'll get you the details on that.
Maybe we have time for one more. Go ahead, Nicole.
Governor, you did say back on June 4th that you were learning, after some said that you suffered from white privilege. You said just now that you've had a dozen meetings following up on race relations. With who? Because many of those key leaders in the faith community who were at the table tell us that they have not heard from you. Is race relations a priority to you? And what are you doing to move forward here in Arizona?
Well, as I said, I'm listening. I'm learning. We've had a dozen meetings with members of the African American community, law enforcement, elected leaders, and we're talking about policy reforms that can happen. And yes, it is a priority.
Then why are we not seeing a special session moving forward to start to address some of the things happening right now?
This will be part of the legislative session next year.
And just one more question on mass. Scottsdale stepping in with a statewide mandate based on what these local jurisdictions are now doing?
I encourage people to wear masks. I think Arizonans have demonstrated a lot of common sense, and I think Arizonans are a common sense people. You can see since we put the mitigation efforts in place and local municipalities acted on it, our numbers have gone in the right direction for 10 consecutive weeks. I do think it's this personal responsibility, public education, and ownership of behavior, washing hands, socially distancing, staying home when sick, and wearing a mask. But I'm counting on Arizonans to make the right decision. I want to say in closing, I again want to thank these university presidents, Dr. Crow, Dr. Robbins, and Dr. Chang, for their good work and partnership and commitment against COVID-19. I'm also thrilled that our universities are open and operating, and our kids and young people and students are getting an education. A special thank you again to Dr. Kara Christ for the hard work that she's done the entire time, and to Major General Mick McGuire. One thing that was not touched on today was the opportunity for a vaccine, and this was something that really stole the show at our last video teleconference with the coronavirus task force. Although we do not have a vaccine at this time, the framework in terms of distribution and ideas around that are being formulated by all 50 governors, and it would take the resources of the United States military, the National Guard, of course, FEMA, along with DEMA to do this, private sector partners as well, and the universities would play a role in that. There's more to follow there. I touched on our excellent economic numbers in the state of Arizona. Our economy is open. It is coming back strong, so it's so important as we head into the fall and we head into flu season and things that remain unpredictable around the virus and COVID-19, that we continue the good behaviors and habits that we've acquired over the last 5 months. Let me close where I began by saying thank you to the people of Arizona for all their hard work around the pandemic. Thanks, everybody.
That was Governor Doug Ducey. You heard him talking a little bit towards the end there about police reform possibly in Arizona coming up soon. Definitely those reporters grilling him a little bit on that. We're taking a live look now from Louisville, Kentucky. We'll take you to a couple different live looks that we have. We were definitely following protests last night. Protests looking a little bit more tame tonight. So we're going to bring up this different shot for you as well. Again, just looking a little bit more tame out there tonight. We're seeing a really high police presence out there, but not too many crowds kind of surfing the streets. But I do want to break down exactly what the latest is in Louisville, Kentucky. So a busy night there last night, hours after a Kentucky grand jury brought no charges against Louisville police for Breonna Taylor's death, and protesters obviously took to the streets, are still taking to the streets, but authorities said 2 officers were shot. We were following that breaking news last night. They were shot and wounded last night during those demonstrations, of course, that were expressing anger over the killings of black people at the hands of police. This is Black Lives Matter ongoing protests that have been going on for months now. Well, the interim Louisville police chief, Robert Schroeder, said a suspect was in custody from those 2 police shootings, but didn't offer details about whether that person was participating in the demonstrations. He says that both officers are expected to recover and one is undergoing surgery. They actually released the names and pictures, identities of those officers today as well. He says the officers were shot after investigating reports of gunfire at an intersection where there was those large crowds. If you were watching any of our live streams from last night, definitely big crowds of people out there. Again, we're taking another live look from a different vantage point in Louisville, Kentucky. There's state police out there. The National Guard was brought out. President Trump was referencing the National Guard being brought out there, saying Kentucky has pretty much cooperated with what he wanted, and he's been what's the word I'm looking for? He's kind of helped out other states when they've gone through the same or similar situations. So again, live look from Louisville, Kentucky. We're going to keep monitoring what's going on out there. Not seeing a whole lot of protests around the country tonight. Most of the focus just being on Louisville. So we're going to continue to watch this, but for now, we're going to take you to some more coronavirus news. There's a new study that UC San Francisco is coming out with, and one of our sister stations actually interviewed one of the doctors, one of the professors out there. So we're going to take a look at that on News Now from Fox. Thanks for joining us.
Everyone, Heather Holmes here with KTVU Fox 2 News in the San Francisco Bay Area. And today we're going to be talking with a UCSF scientist about a new study that's being launched. And joining me now to talk more about it is Dr. Yulin Schwen. Doctor, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, this is a unique project that UCSF is undertaking. Explain how this study is going to work.
Yeah, so what we're really looking to do is really understand transmission patterns of COVID-19, and specifically understanding, what mobility patterns are of risk and what potentially mobility patterns are protective, as well as identifying hot spots, when and where people are really getting COVID-19. And so what we're looking to do is leverage data from your cell phone and to be able to collect your GPS information to be able to aggregate it and be able to identify those potential hotspots of transmission.
Explain why these movement timelines are so important when tracking COVID-19.
Yeah, so really these type of discrete type of patterns and these mobility patterns that we do daily are extremely important because it really can tell us, where and when people are most likely connecting with one another and where most likely the infection is taking place. And so that way, if we are able to get that type of knowledge, we're better able to determine, again, the areas of risk, and as well as to be able to develop more preventative and protective measures, within those areas to be able to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
So this is really all about kind of like GPS, right? I mean, it's all about figuring out where a person is at what time and who else was around them. Obviously, when you're talking about sharing that sort of information, privacy concerns pop up. How do you address that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very important. Everything you said is absolutely correct, especially with the GPS kind of information and really knowing where and when. But what we do is we de-identify the data, and really this is data that is going to be aggregated. And so we're really looking to, again, identify those hotspot areas and these timings and locations, as well as, really understanding the context of the environment. So understanding whether or not, people were wearing masks at that point, or whether or not there were barriers, or how far apart they were, to really understand, as I said before, the transmission patterns of COVID-19, but as I said, in an aggregated format so that it is de-identified.
Okay, who are you looking to get to participate in this study? Is it people who have COVID-19 or those who are healthy?
It's actually both, to be honest. So we are looking for people who are COVID, who have been tested positive for COVID, to potentially understand, again, what mobility patterns potentially place them at risk. But we're actually also looking for healthy people as well, and better understanding, again, what patterns that potentially they are having in their mobility that are protective. And so having both populations really gives us a better idea, again, of what mobility patterns are going to be protective and which are going to be more at risk. And again, the areas and locations of potentially where certain people are traveling to and what times and locations people are going to that, again, are going to be safer, and which locations and timings are going to not be as safe.
Okay, so doctor, once you get a group of volunteers, what happens after they give consent? What takes place then?
Yeah, so after they give consent, we walk them through the process of, how to extract their data from their mobile device, and then to be able to, download their data and then be able to upload it and donate their data to us. In that process, the data is collected, as well as we remove any sort of identifying information, and we use that information in an aggregate format to be able to identify, again, timings and locations that potentially are going to be more at risk. For the individual user themselves, after they donate their data, we provide them, feedback to their mobility in relation to their communities. So they get this type of aggregated score of their mobility once they've provided their data.
And explain, Doctor, how this study is different from others that have been launched.
Yeah, I think the difference between our study and other studies is, we're really collecting that type of really discrete type of location and timing data to be able to, again, really more discreetly understand these type of mobility patterns that are at risk. Whereas other studies, for instance, potentially, for instance, the ones that are being used for contact tracing, those are really, it's really looking to, signal those who potentially have been, exposed to someone who is, COVID positive. And so it's more as the after effect. Whereas what we're really looking to do is we're really looking to understand, past behaviors to predict future behaviors, as well as have it be used for more preventative and protective measures.
So just to clarify, when you talk about the type of data that a volunteer is going to be donating, explain a little bit more about what that is. So if I leave to go to the gym at 9 a.m., you're going to know that, right? When I leave the gym at 10, you're going to know that. So that right there already gives you an idea of an hour of my day, potentially telling you how many people I've been in contact with. Is that kind of how it's going to work? And kind of walk me through what that data might look like, let's say, for an average person on a given day.
Yeah, so it's exactly what you said. So in terms of, if I wake up at 9 a.m. and I go to the gym and I spend an hour there, I know that we know that you spent an hour at the gym. And then if you go to have lunch and you go to eat lunch at a certain place and you spend, let's say, an hour and a half there, we understand that you were at this place for an hour and a half. And so what we're looking to do is, again, is not only be able to look at, how long you've spent there and the type of location that you spent there, but also potentially be able to, again, look at more of the context. So for instance, if you went to the gym, being able to know, the gym that you went to, for instance, we're able to know and investigate, whether or not that gym had certain protocols put in place that had, for instance, barriers or certain protocols of mask wearing. And so what we can see potentially in the future that, if, let's say, you did interact with someone who was COVID positive, but you didn't end up getting COVID, potentially those protective measures are actually quite effective. And similarly, if we see, in another time period where, there is a lot of exposure or there is exposure, then again, investigating, those particular environments to see, if they did not necessarily have protective measures that were substantial enough to obviously prevent the spread of COVID-19. Really, we're looking for a way to be able to better understand how to reopen and while keeping, obviously, the public safe.
Yeah, and it seems like having that information will be much better than my little brain and my memory, right? Because if I am, in fact, someone says, okay, and I test positive for COVID-19, trying to recall all of the places that I've been and who I've interacted with, I can see how this would be beneficial because it's all right there.
Yeah, so I think another way that, again, this tool could be leveraged is for potentially in the future for contact tracing, whereby it can really help with something like recall bias, because it's very difficult for people to be able to, as you said, to know when and where you've been, but also how long you've been there for and how many people you might have interacted with and the density of obviously how much movement there is. But with this information, we're hoping to be able to, again, both assist with the timings and locations and seeing transmission patterns, but also being able to potentially help with, as you said, the recall bias of really helping people, trigger their memories to be able to know when and where they've been, potentially who they've been in contact with during those time periods.
Final question for you, Doctor. How important do you see this study as being when it comes to reopening more aspects of not only our state, but other states?
Yeah, I think it's very important because I think this is information that we just don't have at this point in time, is that type of discrete level geospatial temporal data that we need to be able to, really inform policy and practice for the future. And I think, we really need to understand from our past to be able to better prepare ourselves for the future. And so being able to have that information can really enable us to, again, be able to be prepared for how to best reopen safely.
Okay, doctor, before I let you go, explain how people can get involved with this study.
Yeah. So if you text Seeker, SEEKER, to 41411, we'll send you a link to be able to download an application and provide you instructions on how to donate your data. As well as we are looking to partner with businesses as well. So if any businesses are interested in working with us, you can email us at covid19@eurekaplatform.org.
Okay, great. And again, about how many people are you hoping participate?
I think actually, unlike other studies where, for instance, with contact tracing, you need about 60 to 70% uptake. I think we're actually only going to need a very small handful of people to participate to be able to get a rich source of information, again, about kind of timing patterns and space for understanding transmission patterns of COVID-19.
All right. Dr. Yulin Schwen, really appreciate it. Good luck with this study being conducted once again by UCSF. Thank you.
All righty, you're watching News Now from Fox. That was an interview with one of our Fox affiliates out there talking about that new study from UCSF. Interesting stuff right there with coronavirus. We're going to take you out to another interview that we had from WITI, one of our other Fox affiliates. This one is a one-on-one with Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. So they discuss several different topics. We're going to show you right here on News Now from Fox. Thanks for joining us.
Battleground state 41 days before the election.
I came to Wisconsin for the same reasons I've gone to New York and California and all across the country, communicating to ordinary Americans the importance of what we're trying to do, America First, and how President Trump is delivering on good security outcomes. Today in particular, I came to talk about the threat from the Chinese Communist Party. It's here in Wisconsin. I came because Senator Roth had an outreach from the diplomat and consulate in Chicago, and what that diplomat tried to do was to undermine the way of life for ordinary people right here in Wisconsin. I wanted to talk about that challenge. It's not a partisan issue. There's a bipartisan consensus that the Chinese Communist Party poses a threat. And I wanted to come talk about what the United States State Department is doing. And I love coming back to the heartland. I think people in the heartland sometimes don't get the attention that people on the two coasts do. They have every right to know precisely what it is America's State Department is doing.
I know some of the Democrats have been saying this looks like a campaign event. It's 41 days before the election. They're saying that this is violating the norms and also the rules of diplomacy. I know you put out a wire back in the summer that said, there shouldn't be any observation that this looks like diplomats are getting involved with partisan politics.
Yeah, I came here today to deliver an important foreign policy speech about the threat from the Chinese Communist Party. That obligation continues every single day while I'm Secretary of State. Campaigns come, campaigns go. The obligation to keep the American people safe continues every single day.
You warned the country and warned Wisconsin about the threat that Chinese communists play, and you said they even are at the local level. Is that happening in Wisconsin?
It is. It's happening all across the country. When the federal government pushes back, the Chinese Communist Party tries to circumvent that. So they go to city councils and county commissions and state legislatures and to PTA meetings, trying to influence how Americans think about the threat that's posed by this predatory activity. We love the Chinese people. What the Chinese people are desirous of are the same thing the American people are desirous of. But the Chinese Communist Party is working diligently to undermine, to use predatory economic activity that destroys tens of thousands of jobs right here in Wisconsin. So we have a responsibility to make sure that every elected official and frankly every business leaders all throughout Wisconsin understand the challenge, are aware of the threat, and engage in the kind of behaviors that will preserve prosperity for the people of Wisconsin.
Mr. Secretary, what about the election? How are the Chinese getting involved with meddling maybe in our election as well?
Well, we are very mindful of international threats to the security and safety and the fair conduct of our election. It's certainly, we're worried about China, we're worried about Iran, we're worried about Russia. Our FBI and our Department of Homeland Security will deliver a free and fair election that doesn't permit them to actually interfere in the outcome. The Chinese Communist Party has certainly tried to have an influence on that. They try to undermine the very bedrock of our nation and our democratic principles. Trump administration is working diligently to prevent that, and I'm confident that just as we did in 2018 when there was not a non-presidential election year, those countries were trying to interfere then. We stopped them from doing that. I'm confident we'll deliver that again.
And are we confident that the election results, we can trust those election results, whatever it comes on the week after election when all these votes are counted?
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of issues around ballot counting. My mission is to make sure that outside influence doesn't impact how the American people are thinking about it, or that they have the ability to do something which would actually impact a ballot count or something like that. I'm confident we can prevent international interference in that.
What's the one issue that keeps you up most at night?
You know, we're just focused on a broad array of issues that have to do with American prosperity and security. President Trump talked about America first. When we deliver America first, we are a force for good all across the world. And so we need to get the economy going after the challenges that are presented from this virus that broke free from Wuhan because the Chinese Communist Party covered up what they did there. We need to get the global economy back going. And then we've just been incredibly focused on making sure that freedom and predatory activity that imposes on that freedom is not something the United States will turn the other cheek. And that's, of course, the China challenge here today.
You mentioned China covering up the dangers of COVID-19. President Trump, though, himself has been on record saying he purposely downplayed the threat that this posed to the country.
Yeah, I think President Trump's been pretty clear. He took actions well ahead of what the World Health Organization directed that we do. He took actions well ahead of what most nations did. He's worked diligently to protect the American people from this virus. We watched closely the World Health Organization conspire alongside the Chinese Communist Party to permit information to be inaccessible by the world's best epidemiological professionals. Those were the things that needed to happen in the early days, in the early week. We've responded in a way that's consistent with our obligation to the American people. It is a tragedy that we did not get a head start on this because the Chinese Communist Party and the World Health Organization decided they would cover up what was truly happening inside of Wuhan, China in the early days of this virus.
Isn't that the same thing President Trump did by downplaying this in February?
The President worked diligently to make sure the American people had all the tools, all the access, all the resources that America can provide to keep them safe. He did that. He still does that to this day. It's an ongoing challenge.
If President Trump wins the race this November, are you going to stay on as Secretary of State, or will you follow Hillary Clinton and retire in February of 2021?
Well, I try not to follow Hillary Clinton much, but the president will ultimately make that decision. I've had the privilege to do this now for, goodness, 2.5 years or so. I still have work to do. The president's reelected. I'm confident he'll sit down with each of his cabinet members and make the best decision for America. I still have work to do. We'll see what happens.
Do you want to stay on?
We'll see what happens. Right? In the end, I try to give the president all the space to make the right decision for him and for his team.
Who made the decision to come here to Wisconsin? Was that your decision? Was that?
Yeah, it's my decision. I saw what happened to Senator Roth. I watched the good work he did, how he responded in exactly the right way from exactly the threat that the Chinese Communist Party imposes, where they asked state legislatures to act in a way that is inconsistent with the truth. And I was so proud of what he did. I talked to him, and we both thought it would be a good idea if I came here. And so we've been trying to put this on for months. We finally got it figured out.
Did the campaign have any role in that?
None, just me.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. You have a good day.
You too, thank you.
Thanks for having me on.
Why travel to a battleground state?
All right, we want to take you over to a story that's been developing and happening this afternoon in Phoenix, Arizona. You're looking at aerial pictures of a police presence where tragically and shockingly a baby was found dead behind a building in southwest Phoenix this afternoon. Phoenix police responded to the area this afternoon, and it was a call of an injured person. But when officers arrived, they found, tragically, an infant who was not breathing behind a business. And the Phoenix Fire Department declared the baby deceased on the scene. And you're getting live picture. I'm sorry, they are pre-recorded pictures from earlier. They're not live, but aerials of the scene there. I'm not entirely sure. It looks to be like some type of strip mall in Southwest Phoenix. Police said this is an ongoing investigation. There aren't many leads on suspects at this time, but this is something NewsNOW from Fox, being based in Phoenix, is following very closely. This tragic story this afternoon where a baby was found deceased behind a business in what looks to be a strip mall type structure in Southwest Phoenix. We want to play for you an update from a police official who was on the scene there earlier this afternoon, and maybe they can offer some more information. Let's listen into this.
Yeah, she's about to start talking. Just want to pick up. Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Okay, is everybody ready? Yeah. All right. Since we're all socially distanced, I'm going to go ahead and remove my mask so you guys can hear me better. I'm Sergeant Ann Justice. We're out here at about 35th Avenue and Baseline. At about 1 p.m., Phoenix police received a call about an unresponsive child behind the businesses here. Officers arrived and located what appears to be an infant child. The Phoenix Fire Department responded as well, and they pronounced the child deceased on scene. Right now, it's very early in the investigation, and we don't have a lot of details available, but we are asking if anybody was in the area and saw anything, or if anybody knows anything, to call the Phoenix Police Department, or you can remain anonymous and call 480-WITNESS. That's also 480-TESTIGO for Spanish. Do you know how, I know it's very early on, how old the child was? I mean, are we talking days, are we talking weeks, are we talking months? So the question was, do I know how old the child was? Like you said, it is very early in the investigation, but all indications are this is a very newborn baby. So the question was the child found in the dumpster or near the dumpsters? And I don't have the answer to that. I can tell you it was in this general area, but as far as whether or not the child was inside the dumpster or outside of the dumpster, I don't have that information yet.
Sergeant, it's just a quick question. The size of the shoes does kind of show were different, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The shoes right behind you, those are not from the scene or are part of the scene?
So those shoes are not I don't know if those shoes are related to anything, but they definitely are not the size of the infant, to answer your question. I couldn't hear you. The question was who found the infant. We received a phone call from a citizen who found the infant near or in the dumpster.
There is surveillance video around here on the buildings. Have you guys had a chance to look at the surveillance video to see if you find anything?
So the question was there's surveillance footage, and if we've had a chance to review that yet. Detectives are currently in the process of viewing those videos as we speak. Yeah, so that's absolutely, the question was whether or not we're going to be attempting to locate the parents. That's absolutely going to be part of the investigation.
Can you just talk about some of the safety places around this area that if someone needs, they're in distress, they can take care of the kids where they can go?
Yeah, so that's a great point. The question was whether or not there's somewhere safe to take an infant. There's fire stations and hospitals that are safe havens where you can drop children off, no questions asked. And we ask that if anybody finds themselves in a position where they can't care for their newborn, please drop your baby off at a hospital or a fire station or call the police. There's lots of options.
So right now, are you guys working out the assumption that perhaps this baby is not there to try to take this on the purpose to let the baby alone?
So the question was whether or not we believe the baby's mother maybe just left the baby here. We don't know that yet. I mean, I think that's always a possibility, right? We're in the early stages of the investigation, so that will all come out as the investigation develops.
So what will the officers, you said they're in the early stages of the investigation, what kind of work will they actually be doing from now until 11 o'clock later?
So the question was, what are the officers going to be doing in this investigation from now and the rest of the day? The officers are going to be processing the scene. They're going to be canvassing the area. They're going to be looking for witnesses. They'll be looking for surveillance footage, and they're just going to be trying to get an idea as to what happened and what led to the baby being here.
Is there any early indication of how long the baby was here before being discovered?
I don't have that information. I know that the baby was pronounced deceased on scene, but I don't have any indication as to how long the baby was here.
We all hear about this, and it's just a tragic, awfully sad story. I mean, as first responders and police, what is it like responding to these types of calls, and are there any sort of services for the officers?
So that's a great question. The question was, what's it like for the first responders that have to respond to scenes like this, and whether or not there's service available for our first responders. Our officers go on all kinds of different calls, and as you can imagine, many of them are parents themselves. So going on a call where we come across a baby who's deceased can be very traumatic for our officers, right? It's not the same as being shot at or anything like that. It's traumatic in its own way. Anything to do with children just hits us differently. And our department has wonderful resources for our officers. We have an employee assistance unit that is dedicated to the well-being of our officers, and they reach out to officers that have been involved in situations like that.
Can you just off the top what you said, just so we can have it again? I think my guys are recording and they take it live. Give us a recap.
Yeah, so just a recap, we're out here at about 36th Avenue in Baseline. We got called out here about 1 p.m. regarding it was a call of an injured person. But when officers got here, they found an infant child that was deceased. The child was pronounced deceased by the fire department. Right now, we don't have any indication as to whether the child passed away at this location or was dropped off at this location. It's still really early in the investigation, and detectives are working through surveillance footage. They're working through talking to witnesses, and they're just trying to determine what led up to this.
Do we know if that was a boy or a girl?
So that information's not being released at this time.
Any charges if they found their parents? What are we talking about?
So I think that's going to depend on the circumstances that led up to this event, and that's something that detectives are going to have to work through once they identify the parents or the individual responsible for dropping the baby off or causing the baby's death, if that's the case. And I know you showed up a little bit late.
Can I put this on you real quick?
Sure.
I didn't want to get in the way.
And does anybody else have any other questions? So that's a great question. The question was, are there any missing child reports or any missing baby reports matching the description? And right now, Phoenix Police Department doesn't have anything that matches this.
Will you be doing any other updates throughout the evening?
So if information becomes available to me tonight, I will push it out. Otherwise, just is when it becomes available. These investigations sometimes take time.
Are you guys going to be staying overnight?
I don't know how long they're going to be out here. Once they're done processing the scene, they'll clear from the area. It could be just a couple more hours. It could be several more hours.
Then would you mind just
Sure.
repeating why you guys are out here today?
Okay, so we're going to start over, right? All right. So we're out here at about 35th Avenue in Baseline. I'm Sergeant Justice with the Phoenix Police Department's Public Affairs Bureau. We got called out here just about 1 p.m. tonight regarding a call of an injured person. Officers responded and located an infant child who was pronounced deceased on scene by the Phoenix Fire Department. A citizen located the baby deceased and called the police. So we're out here processing the scene, and we're asking if anybody has any information as to the identity of the baby or how the baby got here to go ahead and call us. You can remain anonymous and call 480-WITNESS, that's silent witness, or you can also call 480-TESTIGO for Spanish, and you can remain anonymous. And we're just asking.
Did you say you guys, where was the baby located?
So I don't have the information as to whether the baby was in the dumpster or near the dumpsters, but it's kind of right over in that general area.
And then gender, did you say anything about the gender of the baby?
So the gender of the baby is not being released at this time. That's going to be part of the investigation.
And the age?
So all indications are this is a very newborn child.
So did this person who called it in find this baby dead, or
That's what it appears happened, yeah. That the person was behind the business and noticed the baby.
And then you were talking right now too about the fact that you guys as police officers, a lot of the time you guys are parents. What's that like being called out to a scene like this?
Yeah, so a lot of us are parents, right? And when we come out to a scene where a child's involved, it breaks our hearts, and it really makes these things real for us, and it brings up emotions that can be troubling. And we have a ton of resources in the Phoenix Police Department. We have an entire bureau that's dedicated to the well-being of our officers, and they reach out to our officers on calls like this just to make sure that our officers are working through it and processing these type of calls mentally and emotionally.
Right, and I was even talking with producers just driving through the area of Vineyard that at the start of the year there was a situation very similar where 3 kids lost their lives. So I feel like this is very shocking, I feel, when we talk about babies, right?
Right. I mean, again, they're the most innocent, right? But babies and children are our most innocent members of society. So when we see something happen, it takes us all back a step and just really makes us think about the importance of life.
Awesome. Anything else you care to share about this investigation so far?
No, just if anybody has any information, please call the Phoenix Police Department. Thank you. All right, thanks.
All right, you were just hearing from Sergeant Ann Justice of the Phoenix Police Department, offering many, many details on this tragic story out of South Phoenix where a baby's body was found in or around a dumpster. Sergeant Justice couldn't offer specific details on whether the baby was found in the dumpster or just around the dumpster. She also said that there was no word on how long the child had been there before, in her words, the police received a phone call from someone, from a citizen, alerting authorities that this child was there. As far as the age of the child, Sergeant Justice said it was a very newborn baby, indicating that this child was probably less than a year old, probably less than 6 months old, a very newborn baby, according to police. They're asking the public for help, for any information. It's still too early to tell who could have done this, what the motive could have been, but they're asking the public for any and all help, and they offered tip lines for anyone to call in, and you can remain anonymous. They're not releasing the gender of the child, and they're reviewing security footage in the area. But you're seeing in these pictures in Phoenix, which is just a tragic story here this afternoon, a police presence there. It seems in the back of a strip mall where a newborn baby was found deceased in or around that dumpster there. You're seeing it right on the screen, and you'll see the yellow police tape. But this is a very tragic story out of Phoenix this afternoon. We will follow this story and give you any updates once we have it. That's all we know right now. And we're now going to switch gears and go back to Louisville, Kentucky, where you're seeing live pictures right now of downtown Louisville. Many police, media reporters, some protesters are out there in the wake of the Breonna Taylor indictment that came down yesterday morning from the Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron, charging one officer in the case with 3 charges of wanton endangerment for firing his weapon into Breonna Taylor's boyfriend's neighboring apartment. There were no charges filed for those 3 officers in the actual death and murder of Breonna Taylor. We were following this all last night when 2 police officers in the Louisville area in downtown were shot. A suspect is in custody with those 2 shootings. The officers are expected to survive. And so we're following another night to see if anything in Louisville happens again like last night.
Now, Andrew, I've been kind of following this alongside you. Today, they've been reporting on several arrests throughout the country, too, when it comes to these protests. Reports of at least 46 people were arrested last night during these protests just in Louisville after that announcement was made. So I remember seeing some of those live pictures from last night of some people actually being arrested. Do you remember that?
I do, yes, I remember seeing that.
Yeah, we had one person who was actually being taken into a police car, but so far these protests tonight looking a little more tame than the ones last night.
That's right, Daytona. It looks like there's more police than actual protesters. There's heavy media presence there as well. It's around, well, it's almost 10 p.m. Eastern there in Louisville, Kentucky tonight. And this is all in the wake after the Kentucky grand jury's decision yesterday to indict one of those 3 police officers involved in the shooting death of Breonna Taylor. Last night we were following responses and reaction from around the country to that decision, out of Chicago, Atlanta, Detroit, and a number of other cities. We showed you earlier in the streamcast earlier today of an event in Kenosha, Wisconsin with the civil rights icon, the Reverend Jackson, memorializing the memory of Jacob Blake and Breonna Taylor. We showed you pictures from New York City as well for a Black Lives Matter protest there. When we get a lot of these live pictures of these protests, we will show them to you. But you're looking right now at Louisville, Kentucky. From our vantage point, not much is happening from this one camera feed that we can see, but if we have any more pictures or live pictures or information, we'll put it right back up on the screen. We want to switch gears now and go to a recorded event earlier today with House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy in his daily press conference. Let's listen in to what he had to say today.
Officers shot in Louisville last night. As a country, we are grateful for our law enforcement and the risks they take to keep our communities safe. What happened to Breonna Taylor was a tragedy, and we should honor her death by making sure a similar situation doesn't repeat itself in the future. But there is no excuse for the organized violence we are seeing in the streets, and it must stop. Now, today marks the one-year anniversary since Speaker Pelosi launched the most partisan, weakest impeachment in the U.S. history. I just watched Sunday. It seems like she's going to try again. When people look back on the work of the House of Representatives for the 116th Congress, they will see it was led by a majority more concerned with attacking the president than building up our country. Almost 2 years since Nancy Pelosi took the gavel, and Democrats have done more to dismantle our institutions and delay relief than they have to help the people. Yesterday, House Democrats, as advised by their leader, Speaker Pelosi, blocked small relief for American small businesses. But this is far from the first time these actions taken place. I'll give you a few examples. April 15th, the Paycheck Protection Program stopped accepting applications after it ran out of funding. Democrats delayed the passage for another 2 weeks. August 8th, the program's reauthorization expired. House Republicans tried to use emergency weekend session in August. Remember when the Speaker called us back for that emergency with the Postal Service? It had more than $14 billion on hand. When we brought up COVID relief for those who are losing their jobs, they voted it down. August 22nd, when Democrats called for emergency session over their Postal Service conspiracy, again blocked it more. September 10th, Senate Republicans tried to pass a targeted relief bill that included $250 billion for PPP. Democrats once again blocked it. Despite Democrats unwilling to help, House Republicans aren't going to give up. We made a commitment to America that we will work on rebuilding the greatest economy this country has ever seen, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Last week, House Republicans, led by Ranking Member Steve Chabot and Jamie Herrera Butler, introduced a discharge petition to push for a floor vote on PPP extension. You all know what a discharge petition is. It only needs 218 signatures. It comes ripe tomorrow where people can sign it. I've listened to members on the other side talk about their desire to help and their belief that they have voted once for PPP. The question will be, will they put politics before people? Because right now they've been following a speaker who told us we would not leave in August unless we had COVID relief package, but she sent everybody home. She said it again. I don't know if she means it this time. But again, nothing is coming to the floor. In Pelosi's hometown of San Francisco, more than 2,000 small businesses have permanently shut their doors. Perhaps Nancy will want to do more to help them and not just violate local orders so she can get her hair done. Because I know back in my district, in Kern County, PPP has helped save 100,000 jobs. Small businesses employ more than half of America's private sector workforce. Helping our small businesses improves the livelihood and strengthens our economy. It's not a Republican nor a Democrat issue. These are people's livelihoods. And for too long, Speaker Pelosi has been playing games with them. Each and every time we have moved to do a COVID relief package, she has either delayed it or stopped it, causing more people to be laid off or small businesses to eventually shut down. Well, now there's an opportunity with the rules of the House that Democrats don't have to follow their speaker. The Democrats can actually show where they stand if they support their small businesses opportunity. They don't even have to vote for more money. There's more than $130 billion already sitting there. Wouldn't it be nice, before we depart, that we actually focus on what the American public wants us to do? I know a year ago the American public didn't want to see an impeachment, but Speaker Pelosi went down that route then, just as she talks about it on Sunday, with a threat to cause impeachment simply because a president would follow the Constitution. To me, that's appalling. That's why there's a difference. There's a difference between the two parties. We made a commitment to America that we would restore our way of life, that we have a plan to defeat this virus, to get a safe and effective vaccine, a plan to make our streets safe and secure again, that we don't defund the police, we add $1.75 billion. It goes to police training, community policing, and 500,000 new body cameras. We also want to uphold the Constitution, protect the freedom of speech, protect religious liberty. But we also have a plan to rebuild this economy. 10 million new jobs. You know what we do? We help with PPP. We help with small businesses. We have a tax proposal to actually help create the jobs. We also end our dependency on China, something the Democrats will not do. Next week, we'll unveil the China Task Force recommendations. We'll bring more manufacturing jobs here. And we have an infrastructure, a 5-year plan to build our new streets, our bridges, our highways, and make sure internet goes to every house. We also have an ability to renew the American dream, make sure every child goes to an excellent school. It's a far contrast for what the Democrats have voted for: a defunding of the police, a dismantling of our institutions, and a destroying of our economy. With that, let me open it up for questions. Yes.
Senator McCarthy, the president has declined to commit to a peaceful transfer of power in the event that Biden wins in November. And I was wondering if you had any comments or thoughts.
There will be a very peaceful transition. A concern I have, though, too, I hope you ask the same question of Hillary Clinton, who simply said out there, never concede the race. Or what about our own Congresswoman, AOC, who said we need to radicalize ourselves? Did that have anything to do with 2 police officers being shot last night, or 2 being shot, sheriffs being shot in Compton? Did that have anything to do with the U-Haul truck that was staged putting out military weaponry with shields and others to those who want to protest in a different manner? That's a concern that I have right now, our security and safety of the streets. There will be a smooth transition, and I believe President Trump will have a very good inaugural, and we will reunite this nation instead of radicalize this nation. Yes, sir. Yes.
Mr. Leader, what do you plan to do if President Trump refuses to engage in a peaceful transfer of power if he loses the election?
President Trump will peacefully come to be sworn in again. It'll be a smooth transition, regardless of the outcome. I'm concerned of what I'm hearing on the other side of the aisle. I'm concerned that the Democrat nominee, you asked me a question, if I may. I'll answer your question. The Democrat nominee, Hillary Clinton, has gone on television. The last time the Democrat nominee from the last election has gone on television advising the current Democrat nominee. You don't see the current Democrat nominee because he put another lid on it today. It would be nice to see Joe Biden come out. There's times I worry about his health for the number of days that he puts a lid on it before 10 a.m., talking to the American public and denying us the ability to know what he believes in or wants to say when he wants to be the leader of the free world. But you have the former nominee tell him, never concede. You have AOC, the movement leader of the Democratic Party inside Congress today, tell people they need to radicalize. We have on our streets last night officers being shot. The speaker just had a press conference. What did she say about the officers being shot? Did she mention them? You were here. Did she mention a couple weeks ago the two officers, the sheriffs that were shot sitting in their own patrol car in their own home state? Did she mention that? And the nominee that we have this year has chosen for the vice president nominee, the senator from California, who was the former top cop of California. Did she happen to mention anything about those sheriffs being shot? Did she condemn the violence? From what I saw, they did not. That's appalling to me. Yes.
But I mean, we're talking about the President of the United States.
Yes.
Going out and publicly refusing to say whether or not he's going to accept the results.
Let me be very clear. Let me be very clear to you. Let me be very clear to you. It will be peaceful. I know you want to create a hypothetical, and that's good for you, but no questions, no qualms, no concerns. It's going to be peaceful. This nation is designed that way. This nation will have it that way, and that's exactly what will take place.
Why won't he say that? Why won't the President say that?
It's exactly what the President has said before. There's no concern. I know there's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of small businesses shutting down. There's a lot of people hurting that are unemployment, and Congress is not providing COVID relief. And these are the questions you ask. There's going to be a smooth transition just as it is every time before. I'm sure you asked the Speaker the same question you asked her about Hillary Clinton. You asked her about her own member AOC's comments as well, because I imagine that concerned you. But I didn't see that in the press conference either. So let me put it all to rest for all of you. It'll be a smooth transition. No concern on the outcome. Yes. Anyone else? Yes.
Neither of those people are the Democratic nominees for president.
I know that. I was very clear that she was the former nominee. Okay, but let me be.
Joe Biden was asked about this by Anderson Cooper, if there would be a peaceful.
The president's been asked by before, and he said it'd be a smooth transition. I know this will keep you up at night, but don't worry about it. It's going to be very smooth. You know, it's very interesting. If you think Hillary Clinton does not have any more power, she's advising Joe Biden. If you think AOC does not have power in the Democratic Congress, ask all those who lost in their primaries. Ask the Speaker of the House when she had a meeting with AOC as a freshman in the first months. Who tweeted it out? The Speaker, not AOC. So I think those questions are worthy of what the Democrat Party is saying. And I think if there are two officers who were shot last night, and you were the Speaker of the House, I think you would acknowledge that. And if those two officers were shot when you have a member of your own party prior to it telling the country to radicalize, I think you would condemn that too. But I think that's the difference between the two of us. I believe in you reuniting this nation, not dividing us. That's why I wouldn't use and try to impeach somebody just because they followed the Constitution. Thank you all. Have a good weekend.
All right, you were just listening to the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, representative from California, hold his weekly press conference, speaking to reporters there, referencing the two police officers who were shot in Louisville, Kentucky last night. condemning the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, for not mentioning those two police officers, also condemning the vice presidential nominee on the Democratic ticket, Senator Kamala Harris, for not bringing up those either. We've been following this so closely, the protests surrounding the indictment in the Breonna Taylor case, and we want to take you out to the Bay Area, where just about 30 minutes ago, there was a car caravan. Demonstrators are using any means necessary to protest this case, even taking to their cars, and you're seeing the Dumbarton Bridge here in the Bay Area. It spans San Francisco Bay, connecting Fremont and Menlo Park, and you're seeing a slow-moving car caravan, and this is coming from aerials from our sister station, Fox 2 KTVU in the Bay Area. This happened about 30 minutes ago. This slow-moving car caravan as a protest to the Breonna Taylor indictment that came down yesterday morning out of Kentucky. It doesn't look like it's blocking the traffic in the fast lane. Traffic is still moving somewhat swiftly, even with this car caravan.
Andrew, I think the last time that we saw a car caravan like this was when the George Floyd case was going on. At least 4,000 cars actually took part in a procession from Oakland to San Francisco on that Sunday following that situation. This is a type of peaceful protest for them in their cars, and probably something that police officers might prefer. I mean, it's going to back you up in traffic, but other than that, very much peaceful.
You're right, Daytona. We've seen demonstrators throughout the summer deploy creative tactics and methods to voice their protests. They're using their cars. In this instance, we've seen protesters block intersections, block traffic, block interstates, not in their cars. So this is an interesting way to get out their message, and they're not happy with the indictment that came down yesterday in the Breonna Taylor case. Only one of the three officers was indicted, and it had nothing to do with the murder of Breonna Taylor. There was 3 counts of wanton endangerment, and one of those officers shot his gun into the neighboring apartment, and that's what the grand jury indicted him for. So you're seeing the cars now making their way across the Dumbarton Bridge. And like I said, this is from about 30 minutes ago in the Bay Area. It is now 7 p.m. here in Phoenix, Arizona, 10 p.m. on the East Coast. We want to thank everyone for watching today. I'm Andrew Kraft, one of NewsNOW from Fox's digital journalists, being joined by Daytona Everett.
So I think we're going to step away from this shot for a second, which again, this was just about 30 minutes to an hour ago. Kind of a pretty sunset out there. We saw some other aerials from the Bay Area. We're now going to head out to one of our other Fox affiliates, WOFL. They did an interview with Dr. Littleton, so we're going to be talking about COVID-19, another thing on the brain. Let's tune in.
I'm Fox 35's Amy Caulfield. It has been 6 months since the coronavirus pandemic began, turning everyone's lives upside down. In the beginning, there were a lot of unknowns, but we have learned a lot since then. And joining us right now with a closer look at some of the biggest discoveries is Orlando board-certified family physician, Dr. Jason Littleton. Good to see you. How are you?
Doing great. How are you, Amy?
Good, thanks. So let's talk about some of the biggest things that we have learned about the way coronavirus spreads over the last 6 months.
Definitely. So much to talk about.
So let's talk first about surfaces. Should we be concerned about surfaces, grocery stores, going to the gas station, touching the door when we go into a restaurant? How concerned are you about those things?
You know, I'm not really concerned about surfaces. My focus has always been with airborne transmission and making sure that people are taking the proper precautions, like wearing masks, social distancing, that sort of thing. You know, with the surfaces, you know, I feel like it's extremely important still to wipe down surfaces, keep your home tidy, keep your business tidy, sanitize. That's very important. You know, this is a time where there is a new normal in terms of cleanliness and how we go about procedures, especially in the business industry. But, you know, the main way people are getting COVID-19 is through airborne transmission, getting the virus through their nose, through their mouth, even their eyes. So it's very important that wearing masks and social distancing is in play.
Let's talk about the reversal by the CDC or the change that they made on their website. We know that on Friday they came out and put on the website that, you know, this is airborne transmission. Then they came out a couple days later and said that was a mistake. We did not mean to put that up there. It does cause a lot of confusion for people.
Definitely. You know, I know people are scratching their heads on that. And we have to understand that scientists, doctors, the CDC, you know, we're imperfect. We're trying to study this. As this unfolds, we're learning new things. Science is not perfect, but it's a practice that we build upon knowledge. Earlier in the pandemic, you know, it was believed that COVID-19 or coronavirus was on surfaces between 2 hours to 9 days. And, you know, people were concerned about going on subways, public transportation. People still have apprehension about flying on airplanes. A whole new level of sanitization has hit the business and travel industry. So, you know, this has been an evolving thing. And as we get into this, again, this is less than a year worth of knowledge and research. We're learning that it's not the surfaces, it's, again, airborne transmission. So, yeah, you know, the CDC, they have put recommendations forward. They have changed it. They have made addendums to it. And so it's very confusing. But I think people have to get with their local health professional and make a personal decision and really extrapolate the information that the CDC is putting out and find out how it pertains to them and move forward on that. And understand that they are not perfect, but understand that they're trying to learn as we go through this.
Let's talk about masks, because there has been, as you know, an anti-mask movement, people who say that it does not help you, it doesn't protect you. We've also seen a flip-flop from the government on that. The U.S. Surgeon General coming out and saying you don't need a mask unless you work in a hospital, now saying everybody needs to wear a mask. What are your thoughts there?
My thoughts here are that, first of all, people can still get coronavirus even though you're wearing a mask. We have to understand that. A mask does not mean you will not get the virus, not even the vaccine. Now, masks do reduce the likelihood of spreading virus if a person coughs, breathes, and can give some level of protection to someone who is in a nearby area where someone may have coronavirus. But again, you know, masks are not perfect. The best thing to do is to wear a mask, either of surgical grade or an N95 mask, or a homemade mask that has a double ply material. But understand that the masks that have the one-way valves, that allows someone to expire air and still can communicate the virus with someone else. So those masks aren't good. Again, the best type of masks are surgical grade or N95 or masks with a 2-ply. Still, a person can still get the virus with wearing masks, but it does reduce the likelihood. It's not perfect. People have to move out understanding that.
Dr. Littleton, I want to talk about the death toll. It is now surpassed 200,000 coronavirus deaths. Even the death toll has become controversial because there are so many comorbidities on the list of people that have died. What are your thoughts there on the death toll and the possibility that it could go up significantly in the fall and winter?
You know, I'm not thinking it's going to go up significantly in the fall and winter. I think it will go up, but I don't think it will go significantly. Understand with the death toll, you know, people who have died and coronavirus is on their death certificate, sometimes that's not even the main reason that they passed away. It could be something else, such as heart failure or cardiac arrest or respiratory failure or kidney failure, and they just so happen to have coronavirus at the same time. Now, with that being said, some people have died with coronavirus as the trigger, but some people have not. And I think what this does is it inflates the numbers. Yeah, true, it does state that people who passed away had coronavirus, but that might not be the main reason that they died. So I think that numbers can be inflated. We have to really look at what's going on. Recently, the CDC put out a report that showed that, about 96% of people who passed away had 2 or more comorbidities. And you had that small percentage who passed away with coronavirus only, and it was less than 10,000. And this was from research that was done from February to August. And so what that tells me is that healthy people do not succumb to the virus, but people who have 2 or more comorbidities succumb to the virus. And so we have to really have to, with a comb, go through this and understand what the numbers really mean. And I just think that the numbers, to a degree, are skewed a little bit. The numbers are large, but I don't expect it to get significantly larger in this fall and winter months.
Doc, the vaccine trials are ongoing. We know that there are at least 3 vaccine trials going as we speak. Where do you see us 6 months from now? Do you feel like that the vaccines will be widely available for people?
I do not think they'll be widely available. I do think they will be available. I think there's going to be a fight to get a vaccine. I think it's going to be somewhat of an imperfect rollout. We're all going through this in the first time. There are going to be a lot of people who are going to be looking to get a vaccine. And I just think that the system will be overwhelmed, kind of like earlier in the pandemic, how, again, there was a shortage of essential materials such as, toilet paper, PPE equipment, that sort of thing. I think it's going to take some time, probably to, fall 2021 for there to be an abundance of SARS-CoV-2 vaccines. It's going to be a learning process. I think people have to understand that. I think there's going to be a long lineup. And again, having a vaccine so soon, obviously we want to bring comfort and we want to bring, peace to this situation by having a vaccine, but that's going to be imperfect. And I just think that, when this rolls out, understand that we're still looking at adverse reactions, adverse side effects. I don't think there's been enough time to really explore that. Normally, vaccines take about a decade to roll out, a decade of research. So this is going to be an experiment in process. And I think people have to understand that and understand the benefits and risks to that.
Absolutely. Dr. Jason Littleton, as always, we appreciate your time and your expertise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. That was an update with Dr. Littleton coming from WOFL, one of our Fox affiliates out there in Florida. Definitely good information to be taking into account. Well, this is Louisville, Kentucky. This has been the story for the past 2 days now. We've been following these live shots constantly, every single hour. They've been changing every single minute. So if you want some of these live updates, I'm going to kind of brief you on what's going on right now. Demonstrators are marching downtown tonight. This is after a grand jury decided not to charge the 2 officers who fatally shot Breonna Taylor. This is a case that's been ongoing in Louisville, Kentucky. Right now, the latest information that we have is that Louisville's mayor extended the nightly curfew. It was originally set to end on Saturday morning. Now through the weekend, there was a 9 p.m. curfew last night, but that didn't keep protesters from staying out late. Here's some bullet points of what you need to know about this case in general. Louisville police have charged a suspect in the shooting of 2 officers. There was 2 officers that were shot last night at those protests. I know it's kind of confusing. This is a case that's ever evolving. At those protests, there was 2 officers that were shot in Louisville. Protesters gathered near a Louisville church to evade the curfew, and that's what I believe this shot is that we're seeing right now. This is near that church. Protesters kind of still wanting to stay out past the curfew, and so they're all kind of congregating over there. You can see the news media that's staying nearby and keeping an eye on what's going on. A Seattle police officer was put on leave for his actions during the protest. That's a whole different story right there. And again, just protesters nationwide demanding justice. We took a look at some of those protests going on in the Bay Area. There was a car caravan, that's what they call it, something similar to what they did during the George Floyd protests that happened as well. Professional athletes are also being very vocal about the situation, about Breonna Taylor's case, voicing their anger with what happened, with the lack of charges that were put into place. Again, the grand jury did not charge the 2 officers who ended up shooting Breonna Taylor. That's what this case was. And you know, me and Andrew have been following this for a while, so we're keeping a close eye on these aerial shots. You can see right here, state police. There's barricading that street right there. This is downtown Louisville, Kentucky, that we're just keeping a close eye on.
And obviously, Daytona, the biggest news out of last night, those 2 police officers who were shot, they're expected to survive with non-life-threatening injuries, but the political reaction to those 2 officers being shot has really led the day. The president commented on it at his rally in Jacksonville, Florida. Kevin McCarthy, the House GOP minority leader, commented on it this morning in his daily press conference. We got reaction from the Kentucky governor. And so, thankfully, those 2 officers are expected to survive, but it really did get a little bit out of control last night in downtown Louisville. We played for you last night body cam footage from police officers in one of the shootings. We also played for you an update from Chief Schroeder, the interim police chief in Louisville, who gave us an update. And we want to go over to another shot we're getting of that church in Louisville where protesters are congregating around. Let's take that right now. As you can see, there's a Black Lives Matter sign on this church on the exterior, and there's scores of protesters there outside this church evading the curfew. The curfew is now an hour and 15 past. It's 10:15 p.m. Eastern in Louisville, Kentucky. And the mayor extended that curfew throughout the weekend. It was originally supposed to be done on Saturday.
So we took a press conference that we waited on last night after those 2 police officers were shot. We didn't know a lot of information at the time, but during that conference, Police Chief Robert Schroeder told the reporters there that 1 officer was in surgery and that both were thankfully in stable condition. A suspect was in custody. And he just expressed his concern about the safety of his officers and of the community during this time, clearly still keeping a very heavy police presence out there with the National Guard that was deployed as well. You know, the police chief saying, quote, "We have 2 officers shot tonight and it's very serious." This was last night. "It's a dangerous condition. I think the safety of the officers and community we serve is utmost importance." So definitely kind of a difficult time out there in Louisville, Kentucky.
Yeah, and we want to give the viewers just a little more information on that case, those 2 police officers shot. Chief Schroeder did say they had a suspect in custody last night. They have since released the name of that suspect. His name is Lorenzo Johnson. He's 26 years old, and they charged him with 14 counts of wanton endangerment and 2 counts of assault on a police officer after he is charged and he was accused of shooting those 2 police officers. He was arrested and booked this morning, and he will be arraigned on Friday, according to the Louisville Police Department.
kind of a rundown of things that have happened. You know, across the country, we're saying there's been protests in Chicago. A priest painted Breonna Taylor's name on the street in fake blood. We saw that yesterday in some live pictures. So definitely a lot of emotions running high across the country right now, and curfew obviously in place in Louisville as these protests continue to ring out. This 72-hour curfew is currently underway as people are refusing to go home and kind of running to the church to
yeah, it seems like
take refuge.
The protesters there seem to think that by gathering in front of this church, I believe it's an Episcopal church in Louisville, that they'll somewhat be exempt from the curfew status. We're not entirely sure what their thinking is, but they seem to be congregating there, rallying in support of the memory of Breonna Taylor. And we want to take you just to another camera with a different vantage point of the church. You'll see police tape there up, and it seems like there are scores of police officers there as well, blocking this street, preparing for what have you. We know last night in Louisville, things really got out of hand. Fires were set, tear gas was thrown, flashbangs were deployed to break up the crowd. And unfortunately, 2 police officers were shot last night amidst all of those protests. Thankfully, those officers are expected to survive with non-life-threatening injuries, and the perpetrator has been caught. He's in custody and charged with 2 counts of assault on a police officer, 14 counts of wanton endangerment. And you're getting a better shot now of this police line, this police barricade there. Sirens flashing, police taking position.
Andrew, we've kept these cameras running for hours, pretty much all day today. We've been monitoring cameras, not only in Louisville, but in other locations across the country. So these are Fox photographers out there running around with all the chaos that's going on out there. Very thankful for them and everything that they're doing, serving the public and keeping all of you who are watching at home notified of what's going on across the country. That's what we do here at NewsNOW from Fox, keeping you updated with live coverage. This is all live pictures that you're seeing. This right now is happening in Louisville, Kentucky. It's 7:20 here in Phoenix, Arizona, but definitely looking a little bit different out there.
In Daytona, we want to just take our viewers to another story we're following that broke last Friday, almost a week ago, and that's obviously the death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who passed away last Friday at the age of 87 from complications of pancreatic cancer. You're seeing her American flag-draped casket there on the steps of the U.S. Supreme Court with the guards standing watch. And from what we're told, for the last 2 or 3 days, there have been her previous law clerks flanking her casket. And we want to show you another picture of the scores of mourners that have come out. Now, remind you, it's almost 10:30 on the East Coast. And still, mourners are lining up to pay their respects to Justice Ginsburg. Tomorrow, there will be a ceremony in the Capitol Rotunda. She'll be the first American woman and the first Jewish American to lie and stay at the U.S. Capitol, which is something to behold. And we will bring you that tomorrow when we have it, that full ceremony. Most likely going to be a very moving experience. We just had a picture of the crowd outside the Supreme Court. Don't know where that went, but if we bring it back, we'll put it back up for you. But in the meantime, let's go back over to Louisville, Kentucky, where we're just getting pictures out of there of a heavy police presence to see. Now 48 hours into this story after the grand jury indictment, what will happen there in Louisville, Kentucky tonight?
Andrew, we've been seeing protesters, carrying their signs, chanting those chants that we've been hearing since the George Floyd protests as well. You could see the Black Lives Matter sign up there on the church. just continuing protests, it seems like, for months. Portland being one of the main locations where those protests persisted for an extended period of time. Now it's looking like it's moving more towards the south in Kentucky. Joe Biden coming out today saying, well, this was actually yesterday, last night, kind of when we were in the peak of all of this. He said the decision in Taylor's case, quote, does not answer the call for equal justice. Athletes, celebrities, politicians all coming out and voicing their concerns or thoughts about the decision that was ultimately made in the Breonna Taylor case. Biden saying in full, Breonna Taylor was a beloved daughter, member of her community, and an essential worker who served as an EMT as COVID-19 began to spread, but she died shot in her own home by the police. In the wake of her tragic death, we mourn with her mother, her family, and community, and ask ourselves whether justice could be equally applied in America. That's what Biden said.
That's right, Daytona. We've been getting reaction from many federal, state, local officials throughout the country. Daytona just read the statement from the Biden campaign. I want to read another statement from another prominent black public official in this country. That's Senator Tim Scott, the only Republican African-American senator, who said today that he was disappointed by the outcome of the Kentucky investigation that led to no charges for the killing of Breonna Taylor. We just want to read his quote here. There's no question that there's a sense of disappointment I share with the outcome. This is Senator Tim Scott speaking at the Capitol yesterday. As an observer, just thinking that somebody is shooting randomly on the outside of the House, and there's a very low-level charge from an outsider's perspective, was disappointing. So you have the only African-American Republican Senator, Tim Scott, from the state of South Carolina, expressing disappointment in that grand jury's indictment yesterday in Kentucky in the Breonna Taylor case. But as you can see right now, there are live pictures on a street in downtown Louisville, Kentucky, where it looks like police have formed some type of perimeter outside this Episcopal church. I believe it's called Grace Haven Church, where protesters have gathered in an effort to evade the 9 p.m. curfew. It's currently almost 10:30 on the East Coast there in Kentucky, and you still have a throng of protesters, mostly peaceful, demonstrating, voicing their outrage in what they think is a miscarriage of justice. We've heard that term a lot in the last 48 hours from public officials, from protesters on the ground. And so we are just watching in Louisville, Kentucky, All right, you're taking a live look at Louisville, Kentucky. Protests have been sweeping the country in the wake of the indictment handed down to one of those officers by a grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case. We want to take you, though, earlier to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They had their own protests where hundreds of demonstrators marched what seemingly was on the interstate there with police in tow. Let's take that.
So, Andrew, these were protesters, of course, for the Breonna Taylor case. This was happening tonight. These are aerials that are coming from our sister station in Fox. This right here looking like a group of maybe 50 people marching southbound on I-95 near exit 20. The protest briefly shut down some lanes of the highway. So something similar to, again, what we've seen in those George Floyd protests. Soon after, Philadelphia police actually moved in. The group marched off the highway and made their way through the actual streets of Philadelphia. So looking right here like they were kind of moving into the normal streets off of the highway. The police obviously still present there as well. A lot of these cities kind of know what to expect at this point, so they have their guard up. They're ready to go when they knew this decision was dropping down. At one point, it looks like during the protest, the group came to a standoff with Philadelphia police at the base of the South Street Bridge before being turned away. The protest dispersed just before 10 o'clock out there in Philadelphia. So again, these are recorded images. These are not live pictures, but we've been showing you live pictures in Louisville, Kentucky. So
that's right, Daytona, and it looks like they're not blocking much traffic, and there's not that many of them, but obviously taking to the streets there in Philadelphia. Philadelphia has been another focal point and hub of these protests throughout the summer after the George Floyd case, the Ahmaud Arbery case, Breonna Taylor, Rayshard Brooks, all of these African Americans killed at the hands of police officers here in America. And you're seeing
this is I-95 near exit 20 on Columbus, probably towards the Columbus Boulevard exit. You can see traffic on the other side of the freeway right there, kind of going at the same pace as the protesters.
That's right, and the protest briefly shut down multiple lanes of that highway earlier in Philadelphia tonight. And we are continuing to bring you various pictures from around the country of the reaction and the response to the indictment handed down in the Breonna Taylor case. We're going to go back to Louisville, where we have live pictures again. And you're seeing police form a perimeter, blocking part of that street right there. Hoping things don't get out of hand like they did last night, where 2 police officers were shot. A suspect is in custody in that case, and the officers are expected to recover, but from what we're seeing and what you're seeing, it looks like police are ready for whatever those protesters there have gathered in what looks like the front yard of that Episcopal church, Grace Haven Episcopal Church. Almost all of them evading that 9 p.m. curfew that the Louisville mayor put in place, extending that throughout the weekend. Let's listen in. We have some natural sound in the shot. It appears that we were just looking at possibly some representative of the demonstrators talking to police Don't know what they were discussing, but there does seem to be some dialogue between the police and the protesters in hopes that it does not dovetail into what we saw last night on the streets of downtown Louisville. We want to show you another vantage point of that police barricade right outside the church. You see it's lit up. The green exterior is there. That's Grace Haven Episcopal Church with a sign emblazoned with the Black Lives Matter insignia and wording. And you're getting the live look. I mean, these protesters and these demonstrators, they're not marching, they're not chanting, they're just collected there. And the police are not engaging. They're keeping their distance at bay. Looks to be about 50, 75 individuals there gathered in front of that church. Obviously ignoring the mayor's curfew that was put in place at 9 p.m. and extended throughout the weekend. You're seeing now shots of scores of police officers, a heavy police presence in downtown Louisville right now. But as it stands so far, things are remaining peaceful. There have been no interactions, really. No fires set from our vantage point and what we're seeing. No tear gas thrown. But we're going to keep on this for a little bit. For those of you watching on the live stream, I'm Andrew Kraft with NewsNOW from Fox, joined by Daytona Everett. We're digital journalists with NewsNOW. It's a little after 7:30 in Phoenix, Arizona here, 10:30 on the East Coast in Louisville, Kentucky. I want to correct myself and say that this is the first Unitarian church in Louisville, not an Episcopal church. My apologies there. And we're just keeping an eye on the situation in Louisville, monitoring it, seeing if it gets anything like it did last night. We've now been on this story for the last 48 hours. We brought it to you live for several hours yesterday with breaking news that 2 police officers were shot amidst those protests in the wake of the Breonna Taylor indictment in the case there. Those 2 police officers are expected to survive with non-life-threatening injuries, thankfully, and a suspect is in custody and he's been charged. He will be arraigned in Louisville on Friday morning.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Obviously, live breaking news happening right now. So our photographer right there is taking a little bit of a break. So for now, we're going to take you out to earlier today in Kenosha, Wisconsin. We had Reverend Jackson, who was out there making some remarks not only about this case, but other cases about shootings involving Black men and women who have been killed across the country. So we're going to show you that until we get some of these shots back up and running. You're watching News Now from Fox.
In Altadena, California, and when I was a young child, one of our community members, Rodney King, lay on the ground and was beat and beat and beat, and there were no convictions brought. And in my young mind, it taught me something really quick. It seared in my mind that there is no guarantee of justice in this country if you are Black. And at the same time, I was in Sunday school and learning things like you are to love your neighbor as yourself. And by the way, your neighbor is not just the person that lives next to you, it is everybody. And I could not reconcile these two things. And year after year after year, we see the same outcome. Our Black neighbors being brutalized, killed by police officers. Our neighbors, and we don't see indictments, charges. It goes on and on and on. But as a pastor, I can't just end it there. I have to believe in hope. I have to believe that when we come together, God will go with us and God will lead us to justice. And we've seen this throughout the history of the church, whether it be Frederick Douglass speaking in churches in New England, whether it be Jesse Jackson and Dr. King speaking in churches throughout the South. When people gather together to walk, to march, to demand justice, we see change. Now look, we had a tough week in Kenosha. I am getting really nervous about what our DA is doing. And so now is not the time for us to quit. Just because we had a powerful night tonight isn't the time for us to put our shoes away. Because we need to get justice for little Jake. And so we need to come together. We cannot be divided. We need to have faith. We need to have hope. And we will get justice. And as it's been shared, the whole country is watching us in Kenosha, and this can make a big difference. So in 30 years, my kids, or in 60 years, my grandkids are not marching to end police brutality. Amen.
I guess I'm up. I'm Gregory Bennett Jr., right? I'm the founder of Peace in the Streets, co-founder of Peace in the Streets, AERF, and the CEO. Understand that since I came back from the military from Iraq, that we opened up 3 community centers here in Kenosha. Don't clap, because 2 years later, they took those jobs and put somebody into the city hall office and actually created office jobs, but closed them centers down. Where were you? When they took the basketball hoops down at Lincoln and they locked the kids up because they didn't pick up somebody else's trash, where were you? Transparency without accountability equals chaos. We want that officer fired immediately. So what I want you to do is I want you to start owning your history. You have to change the narrative. The reason you don't know and Black lives don't matter to them because you're not Black. Black is a color. You are African American. You are an African living in America, and yet you still don't think that African lives matter. How do your brothers and sisters from Africa could come over here and help you if you would actually just embrace who you truly are? You have to know your history in order to know your future. You have to. So I'm asking you to read, teach, learn. Medgar Evers. My uncle was with Medgar Evers. They take the men out the home, and then the mothers are left alone to fight our fights because we're Father Time, right? That's Mother Earth. So them queens are left alone because the most underappreciated person in the world is an African-American woman. The most undervalued person in the world is an African-American man. And you don't value them until they're gone. We have to unite. When we say unity, we mean emotion, unity and togetherness. Because we can have unity when we all come as one, but we can't go against each other. We must reach one, teach one. You understand me? So we all need to understand that the police have a thing called qualified immunity. You have to take qualified immunity out the way and try them like they was a soldier. The rules of engagement state that you cannot do certain things. The Geneva Convention state that you cannot do certain things. If you're going to hold your soldiers accountable, you must hold the street soldiers, in what you call law and order, the people that's supposed to protect and serve, accountable. Because transparency without accountability equals what? Chaos. So we must be transparent and hold them accountable at all times. And in closing, love each other. This is okay to heal. It's okay to vent. But you make sure that you go register to vote and your voice counts. Thank you. Now, last but not least is Justin Blake. And afterwards, if media, we want to thank y'all for coming. And if you have questions, you can address your questions to who you need them with, and then we'll answer them. Justin Blake.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for being out this evening. Things are really change. You can feel it's truly in the air when you're invited as a Muslim into a Lutheran church. Change is in the air. Change is going on all day long. When you see the white brothers and sisters sitting up here next to the brothers and sisters, there's change in the air. When you have different organizations in Kenosha that haven't ever worked together but trying to do the same thing, change is in the air. The injustice that happened to our nephew being shot in the back 7 times was really a micronism of what's going on around this country and around this world. I don't care what continent you go to, or what state you're in, you will find brown and African descendants on the bottom of the totem pole. We can no longer allow anybody to declare or control our destiny. We have to stand up around red, black, and green unity, one Africa, and know the gift that we have inside self. If we love and respect each other, everybody will have to. If we stop hurting and killing each other, everybody will have to. Yeah, there's 2 separate issues. Black on black crime, because black people live around, African Americans live around each other, so-called blacks. Caucasians killing Caucasians, why? Because they live around each other. So let's not use that as a sidebar. As Blake families, we're not going to accept innuendos, gaslighting, or outright lies. This is 2020. We're a more mature country. We've been through a lot, and we have phones which provide a lot of facts right here in your hand. So you're not going to take us astray. We need black, we need streets in Kenosha, we need all these different organizations throughout the state, throughout the country, Chicago, Evanston, we got a lot of love coming out of there, to work in unison. It's now time to kill the Matrix. Anybody watch the movie Matrix? Okay, the Matrix are over, family. Nobody's going to tell us that we're no good, that we're not worthy, because we are. Our people built this country, and we're yet to reap the benefits. And if little Jake can stand in the gap for change, then that's what our family's gonna stand on. Change. We're not gonna lead you down the road of destruction. We're not asking you to tear up nothing, but we mean in the bottom of the core of our heart when you wake up and face the east that we mean we need justice and we need it now. Our nephew didn't deserve what happened to him, and you can't even come out of your mouth and say you know anybody that would have been deserving of that treatment. So now it's time to make change, and what does change look like? Change looks like if you're going to defund some of these police stations, take some of that money and put it directly into the African-American community, directly into our schools, number one. Because if we're educating, we truly know who we are and where we come from, we wouldn't dislike, hate, and hurt each other. Number two, take some of that money and give them, we don't need job training, we need jobs. So we need to get it up to my big uncle. Give Jesse Jackson one more hand of applause for coming in tonight to support the Blake family. So what he was saying was, if you look at your police officers, if you look at your firemen, if you look at your teachers, the money that these people are operating on is tax money. Anybody in here don't pay taxes, raise your hand. Yeah, I didn't see no hands go up, which means you're a taxpayer. So you being a taxpayer means I need you to vote for the dog catcher. You understand? You need to vote all the way down to the dog catcher. We need to be involved in every competition. We need to be smart. We need to use statistics. We need to strategize. Who do we need to put in each seat? It's not hard, family. I know it looked like this, but I got a political science degree. Each one of those people wanted less 17, 15, and 9%. That's door knocking. You can get those votes by door knocking. So those people at home should be really damn scared and intimidated because we're not asleep no more. It's 2020, and we want justice, we want equity, we want to talk about reparations, and we want it now. So anybody that touches that White House has a hell of a stick to pick up because we're not just going to be satisfied. We want it, and we want it now. So we're going to invite y'all to march with the Blake family. We haven't set the date yet, Bishop, but we're going to challenge y'all to come back to Kenosha and march to Milwaukee with us on some voting day. We're going to get the nation on board and the world on board. Change is here now. You have the right given by God to live on this land, to accept the liberties that this country has and the freedoms that it has. And if we're not getting it, we'll shut it down. If we're not getting it, if we're not getting it, if we're not getting it, we love y'all. We're ready. We're ready. We're ready for change. You don't get change sitting down. You don't get change on a couch. You don't get change in a bar. You don't get change walking around the corner. You get change by standing up. Join your community. Get live. Get in the streets because change is here. We need to get our new leaders on board and get everybody moving in one direction. So please let us know the Blake family, Bishop, and Reverend Jackson are going to put a date together, and we're going to march from Kenosha, where all this love is coming from, and let the world know what's no longer acceptable. Big ups to the red, the black, and the green. Justice for little Jake. Let's get an indictment, convict him, and put him away. Love y'all. Peace.
All right, I want to remind y'all, Justice for Jacob Seize the Day 24-hour rally will be Sunday from September 27th, noon, until Monday, September 28th, noon. It'll be a 24-hour peaceful demonstration. All right? And the Urban League has a voter registration thing happening Saturday, block party, 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. So now, we're going to let Reverend Jackson say one thing before you leave. Right.
Tell them what you've been through in Kenosha and let the world know. This is our time as a family to stand up. Right. Thank you, Reverend Jackson.
And you got any questions, press, please let us know.
Before the press, I've been inspired. So much hope. Bishop, stand with me, Bishop. Reverend Bartle. As I listen today, please be seated for a moment. Dr. King was inspired to fight for the vote because Emmett Till was killed, crucified in 1955. The jury was out for less than a half hour. The New York Times writer asked one of the jurors why. Was so quick. He said, well, if we hadn't stopped smoking cigarettes, it'd been quicker than that. I cannot imagine a white man going to jail for killing a black in Mississippi. Well, things have changed. I don't want us to leave here despaired about nothing. We have 60 blacks in the Congress now, 60. 40 Latinos in the Congress now. 20 Asian Americans, two Native Americans. We're changing America. For the better. Turn to the black-white coalition. When Rodney King was beaten, you mentioned it, Brother Barker. He was killed. He was beaten half to death. You know about a white photographer named George Halliday. Some pastor, some mother's prayer touched him in such a way. You know about Rodney King as a white photographer, took a puppet named George Halliday. So we know about Rodney King. It was a white brother. He exposed it. When it was over, and a white driver drove through the ghetto named Reginald Denny. He would beat him to death. 4 blacks who the noise, they took him to King Hospital, saved his life. So the whites in trouble.
The lack of, I guess you'd call it decision making or management by, like basically the city council.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft, digital journalist with NewsNOW from Fox. It's almost 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, almost 11 p.m. in Louisville, Kentucky. You're looking at live pictures there of a heavy police presence on the streets in front of Louisville, in front of that church where protesters were congregating in the front yard. We've seen a heavy media presence as well. Have not seen as many outbursts of violence as we did yesterday on the streets in Louisville, and fires were set and tear gas was thrown and flashbangs were deployed to disperse the protesters. Not seen much of that tonight on the streets there. And it looks like police did have a barricade up on that street corner. From the pictures we're seeing, it doesn't look like that's there any longer. So we'll be bringing you more updates about this story throughout the night. But first, we want to go to an event from earlier today out of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis was giving a COVID-19 update with health officials in the state there.
Done an awful lot in his career, has been on a lot of scientific advisory boards for some major companies. But one of the things he's done is he was really one of the first scientists to identify some of the problems with some of these really extravagant models as applied to COVID-19, and he was able to identify the kind of the life cycle of the virus and how it was actually behaving. And I think his research really stood out in that respect. So why don't we start there? And Dr. Levitt, can you talk about, you've watched the virus, really you started following it in China, and then you looked in Europe, and then in different parts of the United States. Has there been a consistent pattern in how the virus has behaved? We heard a lot early on about potentially runaway exponential growth of the virus. Has that happened? And what would you say about some of these models that were used to really inform a lot of policy in Great Britain and the United States, models like Neil Ferguson's model from Imperial College London?
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here. Wonderful colleagues, and you've been a great fan. So I should say that, firstly, I'm not an epidemiologist. I come to this as somebody who looks at numbers, understands models, and actually understands a lot of the biology. I know exactly what RNA is. I know what virus structure. So in that sense, I think I understand the virus pretty well. And I got into this by accident very early on. And in studying what happened early on in China, it seemed to me that this virus was a virus with its brakes on. It didn't seem to want to go very quick. It seemed to want to stop. It burnt out pretty quickly in Wuhan and Hubei, the provinces of China, the main city. And then, but basically my approach has been to simply follow the numbers, a little bit like a financial analyst would look at a market. He wouldn't necessarily maybe be a farmer in pork bellies, but he would understand the way the market worked by the numbers. And the numbers have been surprisingly consistent. I would say that perhaps with the exception of Iran, all the numbers have looked to me to make a lot of consistent sense. And basically, I felt that a number of things were done very early on that were, I guess, unfortunate, like calling this a novel coronavirus. Coronaviruses are not novel. We know them a lot. Common colds are coronaviruses. So this may be a new coronavirus in terms of that we haven't had this particular one before, but human beings do know coronaviruses. The other was that the initial death rates were quoted by essentially averaging very, very hard-hit areas with much less hard-hit areas. So in the city of Wuhan, where almost all the deaths were, the death rate was about 4 or 5% death per case. But in the rest of China, which is a much bigger area, it was less than 1%. So, you know, averaging those two things and saying it's 3% is not necessarily a good idea. As for the predictions, this virus, it turns out that people, for whatever reason, seem to like the idea of exponential growth. And certainly, if I was investing money in a bank, I would love it to grow exponentially. The thing is that exponential growth for these virus models essentially means that an infected person manages to meet uninfected people all the time. So it's like you get infected, you're transported to a new area where there aren't any infected people. And this is actually not easy to do. As a result, particularly for coronavirus, where there are many undetected cases, normally when you come to a new area, people are already infected, so it's hard to infect them. So growing exponentially isn't easy. I was surprised by the predictions made by the Imperial College Group. Early on, they had said that the case fatality ratio, the number of deaths per cases, were 14%, whereas I'd never encountered any number like that in the data. And then when I saw their models, I was just surprised at how large they were. I was also surprised by the fact that I did actually try quite hard to engage with them. I came to the conclusion that British scientists have their email permanently on vacation mode. Whenever you write to them, you seem to be told that they're not dealing with emails. But this communication didn't seem to work. I eventually got through, and it wasn't very satisfying. I mean, I basically said their numbers were a factor of 10 too high, and they said they're not, and I just gave up because, you know, they were the experts. But I still believed what I said. Overall, in terms of consistency, I think one of the remarkable things has been just how consistent the behavior of the virus has been. You know, there's two sides to an epidemic. There's the virus and there's the people. And I think that people have been way less consistent than the virus. And that's not surprising because viruses are actually very simple. I mean, they don't, you know, they're a little bit of RNA that tries to multiply. It is not a complicated organism. But even in places, I mean, we're hearing stories about places that you would have thought would be total disasters having become fine. So I think that all the evidence so far is...
All right, we're going to break into this previously recorded Florida COVID-19 update. We're getting some more compelling images out of Louisville, Kentucky, finally getting to see some protesters on the move there. Let's take that right now. In Daytona, throughout the Tonight we haven't seen much movement with a lot of these demonstrators. It looks like we're getting some shots of them moving in unison down the streets of Louisville, Kentucky.
Yeah, so we've been watching this pretty closely. There's a group of people that seems to be congregating out there. Again, this is a curfew right now in Louisville, Kentucky. So technically people are not supposed to be out. We're also getting some images in from Las Vegas. Once those come back up, we'll be able to bring that to you live. But yeah, just a group of protesters out here in Louisville, Kentucky. Seems like everyone was kind of taking a little bit of a break there. They were congregated at church this hour. So everyone seems to be making the move to the next location, wherever that might be.
That's right, Daytona. We've been watching this for the last couple of hours. And it seems like the protesters needed to organize and kind of plan some course of action. And it looks like they're carrying that out right now, marching out in the streets of Louisville.
Now, you can't see much right now, but this is a live look over Los Angeles, where there's also protesters out there too. And if you can remember those protests that happened after George Floyd, the whole situation with George Floyd, the protests kind of turned into looting. You could see in downtown LA, several businesses getting broken into. Again, looks like we lost that shot for a second. They're heading over to those protests though, so we're going to keep a close eye on this, as well as the unrest that's happening in Louisville, Kentucky. Again, this shot right here we're taking a look at is over Los Angeles. These are aerials coming in from KTTV, which is one of our sister stations over there at Fox, keeping a close eye on protests across the country right now, coming after the Breonna Taylor decision, on top of 2 officers being shot in Louisville, Kentucky, just blocks away from where those protests were gathered at in Louisville, Kentucky, in downtown Louisville.
And once we have more compelling images and live pictures, we will bring that to you. We're going to go back to that Florida COVID-19 update, and let's hear what Governor Ron DeSantis has to say from earlier this morning.
Expected things could happen. But certainly in every situation we've seen so far, things have been pretty understandable.
And what's the,
I
think you've looked at a number of areas. What has been the infection threshold? I think you've identified, you'll see the infections increase, and then once that seropositivity hits, is it the 15% window that once it hits there,
Well,
you start to see it lose legs?
It's hard because seroprevalence depends on, it's something which changes with time, and it's not something that's actually very easy to remember. The antibody tests have different levels of sensitivity. I, again, not being an epidemiologist, simply said, we don't know what fraction's infected. Let's just assume what fraction of the population either becomes a case or, unfortunately, doesn't survive. And cases are very complicated because you can measure, a case in Germany is very different from a case in Italy. For every case in Italy, there would be 10 or 15 cases in Germany because of more sensitive measurement. On the other hand, if you look at most places, the places that have been hard hit, the number of deaths per million population is between, most of them are around 700 deaths per million population. That's a population death rate of 0.07. Some places, particularly in the northeast of the United States and in the northwest of Italy, have been about 2 or 3 times higher than that. So maybe 0.2% or something like that. But basically, this does seem to be the case. It's also true in places that have done nothing, like Sweden, or cities that have done really nothing, like Manaus in Brazil or Iquitos in Peru. So, but again, this does seem to be a general trend. Now, whether this is herd immunity or whether there were a certain number of people who were fragile and didn't survive, or whether there's some kind of natural saturation, I don't know. But there does seem to be this. So in some ways, it was something that Sweden was a relatively late epidemic in Europe. By the time Sweden was about halfway through, we knew that in Europe, most countries were stopping at about 600 per million. And that number actually was exactly what Sweden got to. They got to 6,000 deaths for 10 million population. So this number does, but I think this number will vary. And again, the big puzzle is Japan, South Korea, China. You know, these countries all have very, very small numbers, maybe, 10 per million instead of a few hundred. We don't understand that yet.
Great. And Jay Bhattacharya, you guys at Stanford, I think, were the first to look at the antibody testing and try to figure out, because we knew that we had a certain number of cases. I think in February, most of the places in the United States, we assumed there were very few cases, very few infections. You'd test negative, okay, and then you'd end up finding some, and you think, oh, these are the cases. And I think that what you guys are able to show is for every case that may be documented, there may be 10 or 15 times as many infections out there, and part of that is a function of not everyone would even seek medical care. Many of these infections are very mild or even asymptomatic. So can you talk a little bit about what your research at Stanford showed in some of those studies in places like Santa Clara, and then what the implications are for a policy in terms of COVID-19?
Thank you. So I worked on several seroprevalence studies. As you pointed out, the point of them is to estimate the number of people in the population that have been exposed or infected. Just checking for active cases provides an underestimate, because many people who get infected don't actually respond with a severe infection. Many actually have no symptoms at all. So these studies looked at how many people in Santa Clara County, Los Angeles County, and I also worked on the Major League Baseball study, but now there's 75 of these studies worldwide. And they tell a very, very similar story. There are many times more people infected than identified as cases. The range of infections range from completely asymptomatic all the way to the severe viral pneumonia, but that severe viral pneumonia is only a small fraction of the cases. So what you see in the news is just the very most severe cases. The mortality rate from the virus has an enormous age gradient. For the oldest people in the population, it's severe. I mean, it's somewhere in the order of 2 to 4 in 1,000, 2 to 4 in 100 mortality rate. Whereas for the youngest people in the population, it's less severe than the flu in terms of mortality rate. I mean, 1 in 100,000 mortality rate, or even lower for children. These are all lessons you can learn only from studies like the antibody studies, because then you need to understand how many people are infected if you want a mortality rate. You want the denominator. And in fact, actually, that's interesting that the evidence is emerging that the antibody studies that I participated in and others probably overestimate the mortality rate, because there's some fraction of the population that has immunity to the virus through other mechanisms, not just antibodies. There was a debate yesterday between, you heard with Dr. Fauci and some of the other folks in the government. I mean, actually, the scientific evidence that's emerging is pretty clear that there seem to be other mechanisms, such as T-cell mediated immunity, that provide some protection to some fraction of the population. So and the antibodies studies don't pick that up, because we're looking simply at antibody prevalence. You had mentioned one other thing about the 10 times. So the CDC estimates that there's 10 times as many cases. Their own antibody study says that there's 10 times as many infections as there are cases. So if we apply that number now to the population of that's roughly 7 million now, it says roughly 70 million people have been infected in the U.S. As probably as an underestimate is my take on it. So I think it might, of course, there's great uncertainty around that number, because it's a population sample and not a count. But in some sense, that's really good news. 70 million people infected, and we have 200,000 deaths, which is really unfortunate. but the mortality rate from the death, the disease itself is much lower than we saw in the early days of the epidemic. And I think communicating that clearly, that if you are infected, it's not an immediate death sentence. I mean, I think addressing that panic is really, really important. Giving people the truth about what the numbers are actually telling us regarding how lethal the disease is really important. And then taking into account the sharp age gradient, where the older population faces more of a risk from this than younger populations do, is also very, very important, I think.
And you mentioned the debate yesterday in that Senate committee regarding the role that population immunity plays in. And I think what the one senator was trying to just say is what role does that play in reducing the reproduction ability of the virus? I don't think he was trying to say the virus is eradicated, but as more population immunity is built up, it is maybe led to that in all these places. And I think, as you pointed out, the antibody prevalence is not necessarily the outer limit of what we would look at in terms of this. You touched on it, but there have been a number of studies. I know people like Sunetra Gupta at Oxford, Gomez over in Scotland, they've put together this, and they've looked at how the virus works in populations. And people posit the Asia results partially because people from 2003 that had SARS-1, they still have an immune response to COVID-19. So can you talk about antibody in Florida? We hit probably 25% on our testing. Now, those weren't scientifically representative. It's people that want to go in. It now has kind of gone down just because we have less prevalence. The protection is still there, but the antibodies may not be popping in these tests. And so that's one thing to look at, but then there may be other things. Can you just summarize what the state of play is on that?
Sure. So, I mean, there's still obviously a lot of work being done on this. One thing it's very important to understand, antibodies in this, what the evidence is saying is the antibodies rise after you're infected to the disease. That, like most people that get infected will have some antibody response, and then that declines over time. The evidence is suggesting that, but at the same time, you're not unprotected after you've had the antibodies decline. Just some evidence on that is that we've only seen, I think, 2 reinfections out of millions of cases worldwide. Right, so it's very clear that there's some long-lasting immune protection even after antibodies decline to SARS-CoV-2. And that's not magic. I mean, that happens with many diseases. Now, typically, antibody protection is more complete. So, you may get infected and then you have to completely see no symptoms. But this other T-cell mediated immunity will provide you some protection, actually a lot of protection. So you only have a mild disease and not a severe disease. And yeah, actually even maybe potentially even more complete. So the news is actually very, very good. It looks like the disease is not as lethal as we thought. It's for young people really much less lethal even than the flu. If a large fraction of the population, a substantial fraction of the population seems to have been infected and not died from it, and that's providing some protection in the population from reinfection, from being exposed to the disease. So just to give some sense of this, and to pick up what Dr. Levitt said, if you have the disease, if you have you're positive, you actively have it, and you randomly run into 2 or 3 people in the population, and a third of the population or half the population is already immune, because they for whatever reason, then you're not going to infect. You're not even at risk of infecting only one of those 3 people at most, on that order. So it's those 2 people are already protected. I mean, so I think in some sense we're headed toward that. Now, now a lot of that has to do with how people interact with one another. So when things loosen up, you will see cases. The question is, who gets those cases? So if we protect the elderly, we limit the mortality, we limit severe disease, we've done a really good job. I mean, I think that to me is the crux of the thing, the age gradient between the high risk people who are elderly and the low risk people who are young. I mean, I think that's really the crux of the policy issue. How do you account for that age difference? And a policy that sort of asks the young who don't face a ton of risk from this and whose behavior doesn't tend to expose the elderly because they don't interact a lot with the elderly, I think is a mistake.
Great. Dr. Kaldorf, in March, there was a move amongst a lot of experts to embrace more draconian measures, lockdowns to, I think the purported reason at the time was to slow the spread enough so that hospitals wouldn't be overwhelmed and the medical system would have time to be able to treat people, and then obviously people who needed medical attention for things other than COVID do that as well. What can we say about the efficacy of these lockdowns? I noticed Peru had one of the most severe lockdowns, and I think they're number one in the world for per capita mortality. There were some other countries that did very little in that way, who have significantly less mortality. So how would you analyze how the role that the lockdowns have played, and have they shown to be able to really reduce deaths in the disease, or is this just something that they're pushing the infections out over a longer period of time?
Yeah, so back in March, it made sense to flatten the curve because we don't want to overburden the hospitals. And I think that was a success in most parts of the world, except I think Spain and Northern Italy. But if you do a lockdown beyond that, you're sort of pushing the cases in the future. And instead of sort of doing a lockdown that's general for the whole population, that doesn't make sense from a public health perspective. So instead, what Dr. Bhattacharya said is that we have an enormous difference in risk.
All right, for those watching on the stream, we were just listening to a COVID-19 update in Florida from earlier today, but now we're getting these new live pictures of BLM protests on the Las Vegas Strip. This is in Las Vegas, Nevada. And as we've been following the response and the reaction to the indictment in the Breonna Taylor case, protesters are taking to the streets of the Las Vegas Strip, the famed strip there, with hotels and casinos. Obviously, the coronavirus pandemic has thrown a wrench into Las Vegas itself, the hospitality industry slowly coming back there. But you're watching live pictures of a handful of protesters on the strip with signs supporting the Black Lives Matter movement.
So we're seeing, Andrew, we're seeing some similar pictures across the country right now. It looks like things are starting to pick up, not only here in Las Vegas, but also in Louisville. These photographers trying to keep up with these protesters right now. That's why we keep kind of cutting in and out of these images, but they're literally walking with the protesters through the streets right now. Definitely a busy day across the country with protests ringing out over the Breonna Taylor decision. This has been 48 hours of busyness, of protests and anger and emotions. And we're not thinking that there's a curfew out there in Vegas. We haven't heard anything about that, but there was a curfew out in Louisville, but people still out there as well. Let's take a look at that. This is Louisville, Kentucky. So kind of jumping between the two. Again, our photographers, our Fox photographers out there working hard and on the run, on the walk with these groups of protesters. So we're going to be keeping an eye on all these images, all these videos coming in from across the country. We'll take you back out to Vegas real quick before we head to one of our other press conferences. This is not one of the protests. Here we go. This is Las Vegas. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that.
At Daytona, it looks like they're passing the very ritzy resort, the Wynn and the Encore on the Las Vegas Strip. Trying to get audio or natural sound. If we have it from this camera, we don't have much on this feed. But Vegas, too, has been one of the main focal points of these racial protests throughout the summer in the wake of the death of George Floyd.
So it looks like we are having, we're going to be able to bring in that audio from this shot right now that's happening in Las Vegas. So let's listen in.
Two lines.
Obviously, Daytona and I cannot control the camera there on the Las Vegas Strip, but it's only about 8:30 there in Las Vegas. We're in Phoenix, Arizona, and looks like a sizable crowd making their way down the Las Vegas Strip. It looks like they're passing the Wynn Hotel and Resort. We saw a glimpse of police cruisers kind of monitoring the protest. Mind you, the Strip is a little over 4 miles long. So it remains to be seen whether the protesters will march down the length of that.
Andrew, you lived in Las Vegas for a little while, so what's it like seeing these streets filled with crowds of protesters? Did you see anything like that during your time there?
You know, it's interesting. They shut down the Las Vegas Boulevard each year for the Las Vegas Marathon, and hundreds of people are just walking down the Strip in the middle of the street. But obviously, this is different. This is for protests for the memory of Breonna Taylor and others killed at the hands of police this summer. There you have it right there, a large police presence on the Strip, kind of just monitoring the peaceful protesters right now. And, you know, Daytona, Las Vegas has been really affected by the coronavirus pandemic. You know, if this were happening pre-pandemic, you'd see tons of tourists and the protesters getting in the way of tons of tourists on Las Vegas Boulevard. Obviously, you're not seeing that right now. The hospitality industry there has trying to slowly recover in the wake of the pandemic. Vegas and Nevada particularly hit hard.
You know, that's actually an interesting topic that we haven't really brought up or talked about during all this. There's been a lot of flack that people have received post-protest because we're obviously all sitting at home, social distancing, wearing our masks, and a lot of the times during these protests, people are not wearing their masks. Mm-hmm. So far, I mean, we've seen about probably half and half, some people wearing their masks, some not. So coronavirus pandemic kind of thrown to the side during these times right now.
Yeah, that's definitely something to point out. Obviously, we were told for months mass gatherings would put you at risk of contracting the virus. We've seen some people heed that warning, wearing masks, trying to keep social distance amongst these protests this summer. Other times, we've seen thousands of people gather together on the streets of American cities with little regard for those coronavirus restrictions put in place by local and state officials.
So, Andrew, it looks like we might be getting a live report from Louisville, Kentucky, where one of the reporters is out there. Let's tune in there. Okay, so it doesn't look like we're getting any audio, but this right here, we're taking a shot of Louisville, Kentucky. Still people out and about, even though there was curfew that was put into place. But still looking pretty calm and peaceful out there in comparison to last night. Let's head back to Vegas now.
All right, Daytona, yeah, it looks like they're making their way down Las Vegas Boulevard right in front of the Palazzo and the Venetian hotels. Hard to really estimate how many there are. It doesn't look like more than 100. But they're carrying their Black Lives Matter signs, flowers in the memory of Breonna Taylor, and we've been hearing this hashtag for the last 48 hours from Twitter and Facebook and public officials, and they're urging people to say her name. That's the hashtag. To not forget in the memory of Breonna Taylor.
I think we do have some audio from this shot right here, so let's tune in and listen to what's going on out there.
Every cop ain't bad. I know I'm a cop. I'm the one that's killing us, and the so-called good ones that stay quiet and they saying nothing because they too afraid and cowardly to lose their livelihood, so they'll stand there and watch a white man spit on my neck for 8 minutes. Because if you a good cop, to be good, now what word of good are we going to use? Because sometimes good don't mean good. They say Babylon the Great, it was Babylon the Good. So are you really good, or are you just good large in size? Because all these so-called good cops ain't saying nothing. And they're allowing us to be killed and turning a blind eye, and they're choosing paychecks over integrity, paycheck over morals, paycheck over values. And if you truly join the force to serve and protect, you wouldn't mind losing that job to doing the right thing. Because God will bless you with another job because you did what was right. So don't fall for the okie doke. Hold these so-called good cops, hold them accountable. So if you're saying you're a good cop, you better show up and show out. Put up or put out. Lean with it, rock with it. You dig? That's what it's about. So this fight, it ain't us versus the police. We're against the whole entire system. Throw the whole system away and take the cops with you. You understand? So we're going to defund until we can get to the point where we can dismantle the entire thing. That's what it's about. That's what this whole entire thing is about. Yes, sir. Shut up. It's all good. Don't entertain that. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. Don't worry about it. How y'all feel? How y'all feel? How y'all feel? It's okay. It's okay. 2 lines. The brothers got it. 2 lines. They got it. So again, this fight is bigger than us versus the pig. This is about the system-wide supremacy. And that's what we got to tear down. Right on? Right on? Right on? Right fist in the air. Right fist in the air. All power to the people. All power to the people. All power in the people. All power in the people. Black Lives Matter. 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 Shall we? We shall. Let's do it.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Thank you for watching with us. It's been a busy day the past couple of days, truly the past couple of weeks, honestly. But protests again in Las Vegas. Our photographers out there walking with crowds down the Las Vegas Strip. Just truly a lot of emotions running high following that Breonna Taylor decision that dropped down yesterday. So we're going to continue to monitor these feeds that are coming in, but definitely a lot of things going on across the country right now. Andrew?
That's right, Daytona. We want to thank everyone for tuning in today. I'm Andrew Kraft, one of the digital journalists from NewsNOW, from Fox, alongside Daytona Everett. It's 8:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 11:30 in Louisville, Kentucky, and we've been taking you to live pictures of that throughout the night. It didn't seem as combustible as last night, where 2 police officers were shot. They're recovering. They're expected to survive. That suspect's in custody. So thankfully tonight, expecting nothing like last night in Louisville, Kentucky. But once again, you're looking at live pictures. These protests have really swept the nation after this indictment in the Breonna Taylor case. We've taken you to Chicago and Detroit and Atlanta, and now to Las Vegas, where a small, peaceful BLM protest is now moving its way down the Las Vegas Strip. Lastly, we want to take you back to that Florida COVID-19 update with Governor Ron DeSantis speaking with health officials there in the Sunshine State.
If we drag that on for too long, if that takes year after year, then it will be much harder to protect the elderly because they can't self-isolate forever.
Absolutely. Dr. Levitt, do you agree with that? Lockdowns at this point should be off the table?
Yeah, I also agree with the fact that, you know, a death is a terrible thing. It's not as if a COVID death is especially terrible. And I think that if we could lock down with zero cost to anybody, then maybe it would be useful sometimes. But the fact is that it's, you know, a treatment that can often kill the patient. So I think that, especially as Martin pointed out, the vulnerable people are those who don't have the luxury of working from home or being able to have meetings by Zoom. If you're working in a restaurant or a gardener or any kind of service driving a truck, you have to be exposed. So I do think that we need to think carefully about how to protect the elderly. I think protecting the elderly is something which is easier said than done, because if a person is 90 years old, then even under the best of circumstances, there's a fairly high chance of dying. I mean, I'm 73, and I know that I have about 0.5% chance of dying every month. So that, you know, it adds up. But of course, it doesn't in any way affect my behavior. In fact, it makes me want to live more dangerously. If I bought a motorcycle now, the incremental risk would be very small. So there are some good things about getting old. You can do risky things because you have less to lose. But I do definitely think that for whatever reason, one needs to think about the whole picture. And I'm sure that Jay, with his economics background, would understand that you need to basically balance, you know, everything together. And this doesn't seem to happen very much here.
And Jay Bhattacharya, do you also agree at this point, lockdowns off the table?
Another lockdown would be disastrous, Governor. Right at this point, we know that the benefits of the lockdown are small. As Dr. Kolar said, that all they do is push cases off into the future. It doesn't actually prevent the disease from happening. And the costs are absolutely catastrophic, enormous. Schools are a good example of this, right? Schools are places where kids get obviously education, but they get nutrition through school lunches and school breakfasts. They get counseling if they have psychological problems where abuse is picked up. Case people who don't go to the hospital because they're more scared of COVID than they are of cancer is a disaster. Parents who don't take their kids in for immunization. The lockdown costs are absolutely catastrophic. We know that for a fact. There's not uncertainty around that. Whereas we've learned from our experience over the last few months that the lockdown benefits are much smaller than we expect. Places that have lockdown, famously, like for instance, Argentina and Spain famously locked down very sharply, and yet they're still seeing a sharp rise in cases. Lockdowns are not a way to eliminate the disease. Lockdowns have never in history eradicated a disease, and it will not do that in this case either. And the costs are too high.
How would you characterize the efficacy of some of these things? They're called non-pharmaceutical interventions. I mean, obviously you have the draconian, some draconian Australia-style lockdown or some of these places, but then you also have business closures, some other types of mandates. What's the evidence that they've really been important in bending the curve? And I just mention this because, you know, the Sun Belt, we saw prevalence increase within a week of each other from Los Angeles to South Carolina. And different policies, different openings, they'll say, oh, well, Texas did this, but then I can point you to Georgia that did the opposite. And the epidemic curves are pretty similar. And so what role do they play in terms of bending the curve of an epidemic? Can we say that at this time, given that we do seem to have a lot of A/B tests that have happened?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mixed at best. I mean, like things like hand washing, I'm fully in favor of. I mean, there's lots of good evidence on that from, you know, a long history. I think I want to distinguish in answering your question a mandate to do certain activities, like a mask mandate, from people naturally engaging in protective behavior. When people feel like there's some threat, some risk, they will automatically, naturally engage in protective behavior, right? So in places like Sweden, we see social distancing even without mandated social distancing, because you communicate clearly to the public what the risks are, and people will take those actions on their own. Versus a mandate that says we're going to fine you or imprison you or something if you violate this, if you don't engage in the particular behavior. From what I've seen in the empirical evidence, these mandates seem to be uncorrelated, like for instance, mask mandates, and be uncorrelated with disease spread, right? So you have places that have mask mandates go in place and you see cases continue to rise. Mask mandates are sometimes put in place during the decline in cases, and people say, oh, well, look, the cases declined, but the cases were declining even before. The path of the disease seems for the most part, as far as I can tell, just sort of uncorrelated with the imposition of these kinds of MPI mandates. But I said partly you can understand that, right? So people will engage in these protective behaviors whenever they think there's a risk. I think a better policy would be communicate clearly to the public sort of what the risks actually are at the moment, and let people make their choices. Like some people, if you're in a crowded area where you have no choice because you're working there, masks make a lot of sense. You should put them on. If you're outside riding your bike alone, I mean, what sense does it make? I mean, I think a mandate sort of has this sort of blunderbuss policy that imposes costs on it. And it's not just, I'm using masks as an example. I think it's true for lots of these NPI kind of mandates. You want to communicate clearly to the public what the risks actually are, what the benefits actually are, and let them make the choices based on the conditions that they actually face, as opposed to assuming that what's good in a hospital will also be good when you're outside jogging by yourself.
Dr. Kaldorf, how would you come down on some of these NPIs, particularly like business closures? Because I think you've analyzed Sweden. They didn't close businesses. A lot of places in Europe, Belgium, Spain, Italy, Britain, they did. And yet the curves are very similar. In fact, I think Sweden's is actually lower than some of those other places. So what role do you think those business closures played, if any, in bending the epidemic curve downward?
Well, I don't think it makes any sense to close businesses for young people. If people in the 20s, 30s, and 40s wants to go to the pub or to a restaurant, like they have been doing in Sweden throughout, that's a good thing. It's a healthy thing to do. And the people who should be careful are people who are the elderly, and they should avoid crowds. And I think as long as the elderly avoids too many contacts, then I don't see any problem with having businesses open.
Great. Here's a snapshot of Florida that kind of sets up my next question. So our COVID hospitalized patients has declined 73% since our July peak. The number of COVID positive patients in the ICUs declined 70% since the July peak. Emergency department visits for COVID-like illness are down to levels last seen in early June. Admissions for COVID just yesterday, one of the lowest since early June, but the discharges exceeded admissions by 20% throughout Florida hospitals. Florida hospital capacity, currently 24% of beds are empty, 23% of ICU beds are empty, and COVID-positive patients represent about 3.5% of all licensed beds. And I mention that because the initial rationale, as we had discussed, was to prevent this hospital overrun. There were models put out by Neil Ferguson, IHME, predicting tens of millions of hospitalizations throughout the United States. I think we've had about 600,000. And so at this point, is there anybody that thinks that COVID-19 represents a significant threat in terms of overwhelming hospitals in the United States? Professor Kaldorf, you want to start?
No.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So many doctors, so many fantastic doctors, nurses. That's great. Please sit down. I'm thrilled to be here in North Carolina with so many of these unbelievable professionals, doctors, nurses, and amazing healthcare workers. Really an honor of mine. As the world witnessed during our battle against the China virus, America has the greatest medical professionals anywhere on earth. Today, I will lay out my vision for a healthcare system that puts patients first, families first, and perhaps most importantly for all of us, America first. Thank you. Thank you. Under the America First healthcare plan, we will ensure the highest standard of care anywhere in the world, cutting-edge treatment, state-of-the-art medicine, groundbreaking cures, and true health security for you and your loved ones. And we will do it rapidly, and it's in very good order, and some of it has already been implemented. In short, we're delivering better care with more choice at a much lower cost, and working to ensure Americans have access to the care they need. My plan expands affordable insurance options, reduces the cost of prescription drugs, will end surprise medical billing, increases fairness through price transparency, streamlines bureaucracy, accelerates innovation, strongly protects Medicare, and always protects patients with pre-existing conditions. By contrast, the Democrat Party is pushing a socialist nightmare. Their plans will result in rationing care, denying choice, putting Americans on wait lists, driving the best doctors out of medicine permanently, and delaying life-saving cures. Over 130 Democrats in Congress, including Senator Harris, have endorsed legislation to outlaw the private health plans of 180 million Americans.